Hello, everybody, and welcome to the BTR live stream for a sewing discourse with the one and only Verse Lune. Welcome, Verse. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, and don't forget to subscribe. Whoever's listening right now, don't forget to subscribe and help us grow this thing. We really appreciate you coming here today and talking to us about your life, how you got started, how you got in with a lot of these very interesting people online. So let's just start from the very beginning as far as your origin story. Oh wait, Verse, I'm so sorry. There is a problem right now. The chat is saying that they cannot hear you, which is a first. Like Jules, say something. Okay, can people hear Jules? Yeah, we just have to make sure that people are actually able to hear you when you're speaking. So, no, because I can hear you fine. I want to make sure that, okay, so people are saying, this is weird. Jules, say something. Okay, people are basically saying that they can't hear Jules either, but they can hear me, and yeah, I'm not really sure. Probably, yeah, but I'm not really sure why that's happening. So let me go into the settings and figure that out. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with me. I really appreciate it. So let's see. Desktop audio, mic. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure why this is not working. What I can do is I can go back into the, let's see, the BTR stream over here, but I'm not sure if that's going to make any difference. Say something right now. Verse? Okay, so I'm going to do a sound test right now. So I'm back in the BTR stream, although I'm going to change this logo around to the other one. And I don't know if switching it makes any difference. Can you guys still hear Verse or Jules? Jules, can you talk as well? Okay, so they're saying no. No. I don't think it has anything to do with Zoom at all. I think it may be a problem with OBS. So this is just something that I have to figure out right now. Why it's happening like that? Because the last time it's never happened before. No, but it's still gonna go through OBS. Let me see. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah.
But the thing about graphic novels, they always intimidate me more than like a big book. So like if I'm looking at a 500-page book or a 700-page book, like even
Mhm.
those, I'll hesitate before I pick one up. But I'm so into completion
Oh, guys,
that
the
like when
sound
I
is
get to
on.
the
The
Is it on
sound is
now?
on. Can everybody hear both Jules and Verse? Verse, say something right
Yeah,
now.
I hear you. I'm talking now.
Okay, let's see, because I want to make sure that it's not just Jules, it's both Jules and Verse that are audible right now. So, yes, both. Thank God.
We made it.
all
Thank
right,
God. Okay, we are
let's
back
roll
on.
back in.
Yes, let's throw them back in. Everybody, welcome. I appreciate the patience. Welcome to the BTR Sewing Discourse stream with the amazing Verse Lune joining us today. Verse, let's
Uh,
rewind back and tell the good people how you got started.
what was I saying? Something about philosophy. I basically got a philosophy degree without getting the official degree because I wanted the math degree instead to have more clout. Um, I ended up not really using the math degree as much. I mean, kind of when I was doing when I was doing blockchain stuff and like when I was teaching, but for the most part, I philosophy has always been more of an interest to me. And as a consequence of that, I find it hard to like have opinions that are like quote unquote correct. So I always just look for more niche areas and more niche books and stuff like that. And as a concept, and then ultimately I found myself in like Frog Twitter and the such, like and things like that. And then now here I am.
Where did you go? Where did you go to college?
Carolina, North Carolina, Chapel Hill.
And what were the areas of philosophy? Was it all the same path, or were there like
Yeah, your standard
continental
fare.
or classical or
The school would be more focused on analytic, I guess. But I mean, in the degree every school is more or less the same. You start off with like Plato, you go into like ancient philosophy, you hit the Enlightenment, you hit modern philosophy, et cetera, and then you take classes.
who was the last philosopher that you guys got into?
Who was the last? Maybe Heidegger. Maybe was the last one I did. I mean, but
Oh
it
wow.
jumps around in time. So like once you get past like your core classes, you can just take whatever classes you want. So I guess the like as far as like modernity is concerned, I guess like a lot of like cogsci philosophy, so like Daniel Dennett and like Thomas Nagel, and then like also like the feminist stuff like Judith Butler and all those people were fairly modern. uh
What about
you know
somebody like
and
John Rawls? I know that Giorgiani hates John Rawls with a passion.
I read excerpts in like one of my classes, but I never got particularly heavily into John Rawls. Not I never read any full text, but like he definitely came up.
And what about Karl Popper? Did he ever come up in school?
Popper definitely came up. They usually typically what happens is it'll be like you get excerpts from most famous philosophers or people who had like a very prevalent part of the discourse. They'll give you like either chapters or like short essays or whatever. Um, and then after that, it's like often philosophy majors end up having like discussions and talking and like general with philosophy as opposed to most other majors. Often the people go off on their own and start reading things anyway. So I've read a lot more than was officially in the you know I don't know the course
Curriculum.
the curriculum. Thank you.
So that doesn't seem that it doesn't seem that indoctrinating as I would expect college to be. Would you say that it's an outlier?
Yes and no. So all the professors pretty much have the same, your standard indoctrination, affair. And I definitely was stuck on that like super lib train for like several years after it. So it definitely was indoctrinating. But the only bright side is you also learn critical thinking. Like that's kind of like the point of a philosophy major for the most part. So you can, I would say, of all majors, it's probably one of the easier ones to like get out of the hole, right? Because your professors are definitely giving you literature to frame, make you think a specific way. But as a double-edged sword, you're also learning how to analyze and break things down or whatever. And then eventually that may or may not stick. You know what I mean?
What do you think about postmodern philosophy, or how would you categorize or describe postmodern philosophy? Because I feel like this is something that is talked about every now and then, but sometimes it kind of becomes cliche. Like people, like it's
I support it. Like I like it. Like you know, I read a lot of continental stuff. You know, Foucault. You know your Deleuze. Blah blah blah. I've always been a fan of it. I see some of the criticism people have about it being kind of like word soup or just like esoteric, like deliberately opaque so that people can't get in. I see that critique. I see a lot of the critiques about relativism and how it's like it removes its critique and it kind of removes like a strong foundation and basis and kind of like, you know, it can be used as like a justification for like, you know, things that like I know like this modern idea of like things not having any inherent like value or like hierarchy. Like I can see how it's used as a justification for that, and that's why people not like it. But for the most part, I've always liked it more. Like I like the postmodern stuff. It's fun.
Do you think it's important to start with a background in the, let's say, Greek classics and then move forward, or it doesn't really matter where you start with?
I'd say it probably doesn't matter because you'll probably end up going back anyway. Like, I don't think you could understand anything like really most of philosophy at all if you haven't read Plato. So like you're gonna ultimately get to it because everyone references it or everyone references Aristotle. Or like you're gonna go back ultimately. So you might as well just read like, you know, you don't have to read the Republic. You might maybe read like you know, what's this shit called? It's been so long. I don't know. One of the like essays, whatever. Like of course now I can't think of any of the names off the top of my head.
Plato's Cave.
Yeah, the cave allegory is fine, but the actual like writings, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Because you're gonna either be lost, or if you're pretty quick on the uptake, you'll figure out generally what, you know, Plato's like main ideas are, which are like the forms, whatever, and you'll figure out like Aristotle and like the 4 different, you know, whatever actions like in telos and whatever. You'll pick up on most of the important topics as you read along, but I'd say most people end up going back anyway and checking it out.
Well, now I'm reading Aristotle, specifically Nicomachean Ethics by Joe Sachs, and that translation was highly recommended because it's a lot truer to the original Greek, where it's not as flowery, because I think that when they translated from the Latin, they added a lot more extra words in there to make it sound beautiful, but the original Greek was a lot more to the point, and I like that.
Well, it's also his personality is apparently very direct or type of personality.
By the way, Gio helped us out here. He wrote Defense, Crito, and
Euripides.
Yeah. So there we go. Thank you, Gio. Gio's going to be joining us pretty soon as well. And out of all of these classic philosophers, who was the one that most resonated to you?
Heraclitus. So very much like he would be the ancient philosopher that's like a precursor to like Nietzsche or whatever. He was big on like fire and I would say like if you're trying to summarize his notion, it was just that everything's kind of in flux, and as a consequence, and like his most famous like idiom would like whatever would be like, you never step in the same river twice.
Yeah.
And things like that. So like the core of essence was like fire, like just generally like a change in constant flux where there's like, where the change is what is the basis of what's like, you know, what reality is. And that always resonated with me. And then ultimately kind of Nietzsche has this, is kind of like picked up the torch in that regard.
I guess the difference I'd say in that and something like Plato is, at least in my own personal meditation experiences, it looks to me like there is all this flux, but then the higher up you get, the more you start getting to these realms of ideas, and the higher up you get from there, the more you start getting into just like this one thing out of which everything else comes out. So that is a particular metaphysical idea, which I'm not sure who spelled it out that way exactly, but I keep seeing reflections of that same idea over and over again in different texts that I read.
That's definitely Plato. Now, I would say that with Plato, I've gone like back and forth with Plato. Like when you first read Plato, you're like, oh, it all fucking makes sense. And then you read more, especially like in college, and you're like, yo, fuck Plato, I hate Plato. And then now as an adult, I'm like, actually, I see he's effectively the basis, the foundation of like Western thought in general. So you can't escape Plato. So you might as well kind of like make peace with it.
I think that the theory of forms that's the justification for aspiring for the perfect state. So when you have like a New World Order or like the Sybil system in Psychopaths, like their perfect authoritarian government in that anime show, the philosophical underpinnings is Plato's theory of forms, and because the thing that is most perfect is the thing that is unchanging, right? And I think that when he was describing the theory of forms, he's talking about like there's a permanent separation, right? It's not the same as I think some ideas I've derived from Neoplatonism, where they're trying to do a Hegelian analysis of what are the other parapsychological abilities that people have, like what is the nature of spirit, what happens, with life after death. And I think that Plato would be like it could be a noble lie to point you in the direction, but I don't think it would be how it would actually work.
Right? I don't think it has to be a noble lie at all, though. Like Jules keeps calling that as a noble lie, and I know Giorgiani does too.
And so does Karl Popper.
What I don't understand though is if there is this idea that we are an imperfect reflection of something that's perfect, why the hell are we trying to force it to become something that it isn't?
I think that the attempt to like kind of force it and like make these things happen in reality is, what ultimately all humanities, like that is the kind of the libidinal drive behind humanity in general. And I think that, we were there's like a very major part of like the issue that most people have with like postmodernity is that we kind of like got off that trail, and that people have decided that these ideals, these idealistic, these forms, what have you, is, the foundation for fascism, right? Essentially, like after, Hitler and, the whole blah, blah, blah Holocaust, people have now, philosophy and art and et cetera, all kind of started to stray away from the idea of like, some kind of massive idea that we all should strive towards, as it seems like it's in line with like, Hitler and, Nazism and what like, and the like. Now, the issue with that is, while yes, it is the philosophical, parallel, or it is like the same, is the basis effectively for like these kind of like, for like societies and whatever that, might commit atrocities. If we stray away from that, we kind of find ourselves effectively in the same exact thing, but a race towards the bottom, which is kind of what we see now. And that we've decided that, okay, beauty, anything of hierarchy, anything that strives towards perfection is evil. Ergo, we should do the opposite and try to reject this, which makes you would still put you in the same, into like metaphysical structure, just that now instead of idolizing perfection, you're idolizing the grotesque, you're idolizing, imperfection and like, whatever, mediocrity, right? And you're not, just like how I would say modern atheism is effectively just Protestantism, is just that they've decided to like move the goalposts and focus on, nothing as opposed to like something as a central idea. Similarly, postmodernism is still effectively just the same structure, but we decided that the base, the mediocre is what's important, and not perfection. I don't think we can escape this, like the idealism as the human animal. I think it's mandatory. It's part of our mental. It's like part of our like actual biology to have a goal in mind and to move towards it, and that is what makes us human effectively. So trying to disregard it entirely for the sake of like, not, stepping on people's heads or whatever is just naivete or whatever. So I think you just need to embrace it and instead just create a vision of something that's like worthwhile. You know what I mean?
I agree, but I think it would also make sense to take the middle path in a lot of these things, even though that's rarely what ends up happening. Usually it goes all the way one way, then all the way the other way, and we just keep going in these
What would be
waves.
the middle? What's the middle path? What do
Well,
you
the
mean?
middle path for me would be letting people make the best out of themselves without necessarily creating like a welfare state that tries to take care of everybody, and at the same time not creating the kind of condition that's going to exclude people if they don't happen to be of a certain, specific race, let's say. So, like, that's an extreme, and the other one's also an extreme. But right
I'm
now,
not sure. I don't understand all the connections to what theirs was just saying, because I thought what theirs was saying was people strive for perfection. I think that's part of the problem, is a misconception of what perfect is. I think that like existence is kind of perfect, but other than that, I think it's like as an unchanging concept, I think it's flawed. Like there's no like, now it's perfect. It's like there's already something rather than nothing. Like we already exist. And one of my favorite modern philosophy science books is this book called The Beginning of Infinity. And one of the main arguments is that at every point in time is the beginning of infinity, right? And then also when you have these major breakthroughs in science, those are considered like the beginning of infinity, right? As in, like, there will always be problems to solve, and then solving those problems generally creates new problems, and then you work on solving those problems, and then those create new problems, and then it's an endless process. And I think some people, they want that finality. Like when they're aiming for perfection, they're aiming for like nirvana, I made it. It's like a waiting for Godot
mhm.
problem, where they're like, once Godot gets here, it'll be perfect, right? But Godot
Getting to
never
those
comes, right?
forms as opposed to
So
having a mirror of them. I don't know, Verse. What do you think? I noticed that Jules didn't really understand where I was coming from, but I'm curious if you have any take on having that middle ground and not going too
in
extreme.
terms of societal shaping
Um,
society.
I don't know if it's a middle ground. I don't think you can have a middle ground per se. I mean, you can get the synthesis of the two, which I guess is what you mean by middle ground. Like I think, as to kind of like blend both of your ideas, like there are like, perfection doesn't have to be like perfection as like an end state and it's like stasis afterwards. It could be like perfection for the moment, right? What works the best, like some level of pragmatism, like this is as good as this within the realm of knowledge we have, within the constraints of what society can offer for us right now. This is what perfect would look like, right? Which is what I think modern attempts at like civilization are like. Their attempts to create as close to perfect as you can with the information we have. And this works in not just in like society building, I imagine. It also works in, intellectual realms or what have you. But, it definitely works in science. Like this is very similar to like the idea from like Thomas Kuhn, where like there's like revolutions in science and there's like different paradigms and whatever. Like this is effectively, I think, the most like realistic model for like reality. There's generally a paradigm, and we all work towards perfecting that paradigm until there's some intractable problem that we can't solve within that paradigm, and then we transition. Typically with society, it's some kind of technological issue, right? So like there is like nomadic society, and then with like verbal language, and then we discover writing, and now we don't have to take information out of the elders' heads anymore. We can write it down, which improves our ability to like hunt and what have you. And now we create agrarian agricultural society.
Socrates said that that's a
on.
problem, though. Socrates did not like the fact that people were writing things down, where he thought that if people retain all the information in their heads, it's actually going to make them smarter. And now we're at the
It
ultimate.
does make you smarter. Like you got to use more of your IQ, but that doesn't change the fact that now we don't have to rely on the old person in the village. Now we can, or not in the village, in the tribe. Now we can we can go to the old people, write everything down, and go, oh wow, we learned some stuff, and we can accumulate knowledge, and now we have more information. Now, whether this was the best path for society it, remains to be seen. Obviously, there's, mental illness and things like that have come from modernity and technology, but that is what happened. So, I don't see the point in like fighting it personally.
True. Well, there's a lot more information out there for people to get if they want to, but there is also a lot more noise. And the thing that I've been arguing with Jules about these last few years has been, if there is all this noise that people are exposed to, as opposed to being somewhere in the village with fresh air and like the frogs, just like a lot of nature around them, how does that affect most people as far as how they act in their society, when it's going to be a lot more of these pop-up ads, a lot more of just all these bright colors and these signals from the phones, as opposed to Mother Nature that they're exposed to on a daily basis? Well, that's yet to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, Uncle Teddy is probably right that we were much happier, but like at the same time,
Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, Ted Kaczynski.
Everybody calls him Uncle Ted now. Like Uncle Ted from Bobby's World.
Here, yeah.
I actually wrote essay. Like I graduated from school 5 years ago or whatever. But I wrote essays on Ted Kaczynski in school, and let me tell you, it was not okay 5 years ago. Now it's probably okay.
Yeah, but people would have been saying yikes.
I remember I got a grade on my paper. It was for a film class. This is how obsessed I was. I wrote about Repo Man, the movie, and the feedback on my paper was good paper, but I think this is more about the Unabomber than about the movie. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. You're 100% right.
Oh my God.
What was it about him that appealed to you?
I mean, I don't know if you read it before.
I did.
Yeah, he just has like the most prescient and poignant understanding of like the modern condition, and he did it, and he had it. He's a genius. First of all, he's like a mathematical genius. I don't know if people know this about him. He was in the running for the Fields Medal. He's brilliant, and he kind of foresaw what the elements of modernity would be like. And while he's definitely insane, like no doubts about it, like one of the best way to know if a writer is insane is if they can only see one outcome, and there's no room for alternatives. Now, his outcome that he's describing is pretty much on point, but he doesn't have the ability of seeing like different perspectives on that same outcome, right? So like he can only see it as a negative, which shows that he's definitely insane. But with that said, he's a really smart insane. So sometimes you got to roll with it. After it resonates and it's like poignant when once you read it, you cannot get it out of your head, and it kind of just starts to be you see it everywhere and you can't get it. It just becomes I don't know, part of your metaphysics, I guess.
I wonder if it's kind of like a Philip K. Dick situation where PKD always said that the books that he wrote were inspired by visions that he's had of the world. So Man in the High Castle was inspired by an alternate future that he was able to see, I guess, through his mind's eye. And when you give somebody like Ted Kaczynski, who already has a brilliant mind, LSD so many times, I wonder if that has a similar effect to going back to the Vedas. We were talking about the Vedas earlier with Jules, how the warriors would take the soma and gain inspiration from the gods, how that there may have been some psychedelic connection to things that are yet to come.
Maybe I have I guess, as someone who's taken a lot of psychedelics, my perspective on the matter is for one, it can unlock schizophrenia. So like, let's say Kaczynski is schizophrenic or something like that, then yeah, this is also an issue. But the other thing with psychedelics is like it doesn't really give you any epiphanies. What it does is knock you out of the perspective that like reality only has like one vantage point, right? So like nothing you actually learn while you're like tripping is real, right? And most people realize that when they stop tripping. But once you've been like snapped out of the the singular vision of reality, it's hard to go back, right? So after that, you can start to view things from a different perspective, and now you start to have people, you're like, wow, this person's like really like woke or whatever. It's just that they're not stuck in like a singular vision any longer, which I think is good. I think most people should do that, but at the same time, not everyone should, because why why put yourself to that stress? Personally,
Yeah.
like I would probably be much happier if I just was hella normie and just like, you know, never did any psychedelics and like hung out with like some, you know, sorority chick. But
I don't think so.
like,
I don't believe it. I
I
don't
have,
think you would.
Wait, do you
I
attribute
don't
the
think you would.
psychedelics to what got you woke?
yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, I did. I was, first off, I was in high school very, I wouldn't say normal, because I was definitely weird then too. But I was definitely significantly more like, you know, normie. And everything was going great until I started doing LSD. So I'll say,
What
I'll
about
say that.
mushrooms? Have you ever done mushrooms?
I've done everything. So
DMT?
yes.
Any of this stuff.
Yep,
I'm
DMT.
I have to do this.
What
stuff.
was your DMT? Yes, you do. Maybe. What was your DMT experience like?
So unfortunately with DMT, when I was young at the time and I wasn't very experienced. So I did DMT before I did LSD and stuff like that. So basically someone had heard of it from the DMT documentary. This is before Joe Rogan was huge. It was like the first year of his podcast. And they got it, right? And it's, if anyone knows about trying to do it, like if you're not familiar, or if you don't have if you don't have like the correct pipe, or like you don't have experience freebasing, it's not the easiest drug to take. So I did it and I had the experience, but I never like blasted off like most people did. And I tried it multiple times, but at no point did I ever blast off. So I didn't get the full effect, but I generally got the trip. I was definitely tripping, but I didn't get like I'm seeing, you know, other dimensions.
No elves, no Fabergé eggs.
No elves, a little bit of Fabergé eggs. Not so much the elves. I wish I got to talk to the elves. Though with that said, I've definitely talked to aliens on other substances, so I imagine it's a similar experience.
But you just mentioned that on psychedelics, whatever, or at least your point of view is that whatever you experience is not real. But could we go out on a limb and say that maybe there could be some connections that could be made to other entities? Like the comedian Ari Shaffir, for example, he talked about his experience. It wasn't on DMT, but something related to it, where he lived a whole lifetime as a sea creature, but as a human.
Salvia? That's definitely salvia.
Yes,
Salvia is
yes.
a hellish drug, by the way. If anyone ever thinks about trying that, don't try that. Shit sucks. It's hell. That is the most hellish experience of anything I've ever tried.
But how hellish would it be though if you're like a merman, if you're living a nice life? No,
I can't explain to you. It is a hellish experience. I've done it like a dozen times before it was illegal in the U.S. It is hell. You are in hell. Time stops. You're experiencing like a psychedelic schizo type of break of reality. It's not fun. No, I've never had fun trying it. Now I did it like 10 times. I did it like 10 times anyway, but it's not fun.
Wow. I guess it was a different experience because he talked about how he had all these friends that he made and like his coworkers and family just living this merman life, and then all of a sudden he was back here.
I've heard like a handful of fun stories, but most people I know have tried it are like, I literally experienced hell. So if you have a good time on it, more power to you, but I don't know anyone who has. I'll say that.
We're good
met one
word of
person.
warning.
Speaking of machine elves, before we move on, speaking of machine elves, I think that it is probably likely that, we're not the only, entities in this reality, right? And I do think that while it's probably not, I'm trying to choose my words, it's probably not the case that like the epiphanies you're having on these drugs are like, as profound as you think they are. But I will also say that it is too common that you find yourself on too many substances. Do you find yourself as like this, like a node in like this like mesh of like consciousness that it seems like collective unconscious on some level is real. So I think that, and also from my experience with DMT, it's different from other drugs in that your sense of self doesn't change at all. Reality outside of you changes, right? So that one's a little bit weirder than say like LSD, where like it's just your brain's kind of getting scrambled, or like shrooms where you're like more empathic or whatever, and your emotions are kind of getting filtered into your perception, and like synesthesia is happening. Whereas like DMT, like reality's changing around you, so like things are a little bit different. So I plan to explore it more, but I have like shit to do, so I can't just have be dealing with machine elves on the on the regular.
Well, I wanted to go back to Ted Kaczynski because he was an
Yeah,
MK Ultra victim, right?
he was. Pour one out.
And so it's not just that they were pumping him full of LSD, but it reminds me of, you mentioned the Spirit Molecule documentary with Joe
Mhm.
Rogan, and uh, they had that scientist who described how he would administer DMT to patients, and
Mhm.
his instructions were to be like a very detached. They didn't necessarily say be cold, but they
Mhm.
said just like be detached, give it to them, and then like write down your observations.
Mhm.
And he said that what he learned was how cruel what he was doing was, that he would never do that again unless he was being like an active, compassionate guide. That it's not enough to just like give someone the DMT and watch. Like if you're administering a psychedelic to someone and you're not compassionately guiding them through it, like you're putting people in a very precarious situation that your input could help overcome.
Uh, yes and no. So like with that experiment in particular, because they're giving like drip DMT, they're experiencing it for much longer and like a more amplified dose. So like in that case, maybe. But in general, I when I do LS, like when I've done like most psychedelics, I do them alone. Like if I'm in a group, I even go by myself and
Sure,
like
sure.
explore.
Mm.
I don't really. I
Well,
think other people's input definitely fucks with your trip. I don't generally like people trying to trip sit me though, because they tend to suck at it. So unless you've like I always find that trip sitters always make my time worse typically.
Oh no.
But
when
that's just
I
me.
haven't That's why I haven't done it, because I'd be so picky about my trip sitter.
You
That's
don't need a
really
trip
been
sitter.
that's really
That,
been
that's my
I
advice.
think I would like one just as like the extra, just the fail safe. Really, I had a friend that ran through a window on LSD. I know a guy that jumped out a window on shrooms.
That's fair. I think that well yeah it's probably bad advice to tell people not to have a trip sitter. I don't like it. I say if you're on shrooms, go in the woods if you feel uneasy. If you're on LSD, sit in a dark room.
yeah.
Or go in the light, whatever. Like
Imagine seeing
think
like a bear though. Like if you're in the woods and this just happens to be the day that a bear comes by and you're tripping your balls off. What would that
um
reaction be like? Because like,
yeah you
what
probably
would the fight or flight kick in there? Or like,
I
did
don't
you
know.
experience any fight or flight when you were in that state, or were you just completely buzzed out? Like if somebody were to like put a gun to your head or something.
No, you'd understand that you had a gun to your head, but I don't know if the bear would trigger it though, because you kind of feel very in tune with nature. So I don't know if you would feel the fear from the bear unless it like growled at you. That one
Interesting.
might be you. If someone pulled a gun on you, you'd be like, "Oh shit, I gotta get out of here." But
Yeah, but with
with
the
the bear,
bear,
maybe
maybe you'll become
you might get
friends.
yeah, you might try to befriend the bear. That's a possibility, but it wasn't meant to be if you get murked by a bear. To be honest with you,
That's
that's
true.
just yeah. There's no escape. Like you can't really run from the bear. Like maybe you'll have like intuition about like playing dead, but bears aren't to be fucked with.
No, they're not. Did you see that documentary about that guy who was around bears all the time, and then they ended up
Yeah,
killing him?
grizzly
And his
man.
yeah, yes,
Yeah,
grizzly man.
don't fuck with bears. They run at like 30 miles an hour. They're
Yeah.
fucking ferocious. They climb trees. Fuck bears.
No, raccoons are way better. I like those
Yeah.
YouTube videos where people befriend the raccoons and then have them as pets. But before we move on to the next thing, and Jules is coming back, I think he just experienced. Here we go. Jules is coming back. But one last thing about tripping, I just wanted to relay my own trip that I had back in 2016. I took the Terrence McKenna heroic dose of psilocybin mushrooms, and
Nice.
that was a very interesting experience because it was around the same time that I started doing the Wim Hof method. And because of that, the psychedelic manifestations that I still experience now were experienced then, maybe like times 5 or times 10. Just the amount of visual stimuli that was occurring, where like you would see a halo that would pop out at you during Wim Hof in a sober state, but then that halo in the psychedelic state ended up turning into the into the wheel of fire that Shiva dances around. So it's
Nice.
very interesting to me to be able to relay certain mythological things from these experiences, comparing them to other mythological things that people have experienced, either in a sober or an inebriated state.
I can agree with that. I'm already a bit synesthetic before all these drugs to begin with. Like, so I've always been the kind of, like they say you can't have visuals like smoking weed or whatever. Like I hate weed, by the way, but
Oh, you hate
I get
weed?
like I hate weed.
I
But
don't do
also
weed
I get
anymore, but I loved when I did it. In other words, out of all the drugs, it was very pleasurable for me to smoke weed and go to the gym and work out and then
I
meditate.
had like a year long pothead phase in college, and I learned to juggle really well. But like you know, I hate weed so much. But like I get like, and the reason is because I get like in like very clear visuals when I'm high, and allegedly that you're not supposed to get those. And I'm like, I hear what you're saying, but I like have like I'm like ripped from reality, and I have like massive open eye visuals when I'm smoking weed. I do not like
Same
it at
thing
all.
with me, dude. That is incredible. When I was lying with my girlfriend after smoking weed, I saw a vision of sakura blossoms that were just
Yeah.
being blown in the wind, completely realistic. So
Yeah, I get
it's
like insane visuals, and it's it was fun for a little bit, but I can't have like a schizophrenic break every time I smoke weed, so I just don't do it anymore. Or I still get convinced every once in a while if I'm drunk, but I prefer not to. I hate it. Uh, like I have more control over like LSD or shrooms than I do smoking weed. I do not like it.
Could we, well, because we started a little late, Lev, could we push back
the only
the
thing is
Yeah.
that Kurosai, I know Kurosai does not have a lot of time, and I really appreciate Kurosai coming in here. So I just wanted
Okay.
to, Kurosai, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm hearing everyone.
Hey,
What's
man.
up?
Uh,
So
Hey.
I just wanted to thank you for coming on, and we had Kurosai on during the anime stream before, and Kurosai, thank you for coming on, and let's see, as far as what to talk about, I know that Verse is a huge fan of anime, you're a huge fan of anime, so, oh, and what is your handle? It's going to be at Kurosai?
It's Kurosai. What is it? I forget. It's Kurosai Senpai. Yeah.
Kurosai senpai.
And where is that from? Is that from an anime?
I kind of use like a mix of different characters for the first word. Kurosai. It's Kuro, and then Sai. Sai means talent. So I put that together with black talent. So that's what that is, really.
Interesting. So, yeah, I mean, this is kind of a sudden change of gears because we were just talking about LSD, DMT, and Ted Kaczynski. But you know what? Let me ask you about that to start off with. Kurosai, have you ever had any experiences with these psychedelics?
No, I've done a bit of studies about that though. I've looked into how a bunch of people in the medical field actually use it, not like on patients, but some of them tend to recommend them things in that field, particularly for like a lot of mental issues and stuff like that, or mental health concerns, because it kind of helps you get into a certain place in your life where you can kind of ground yourself, center yourself. And it's kind of hard to do on your own without some type of help sometimes. It's like
I personally, from my experience, agree that some of them could work for like PTSD or depression.
yeah, like in a controlled environment or controlled period, point blank. You don't want to do it haphazardly and mess with it more than you would need to. That's what everything really, all things in moderation.
That's true.
Sam Harris really sold me on it. I was convinced I would never try psychedelics in my entire life.
It was
I
Sam Harris for you?
It was Sam. I was like, I'm never gonna take psychedelics. And then it was the last chapter of his Waking Up. He basically says the idea of his daughters like doing heroin and cocaine and all that kind of stuff like would like cause him serious distress, but the idea that his daughters would never try psychedelics would give him a greater fear that they were missing out on an essential experience of life.
I
Like
agree
this-
with that.
The second this brain scientist like said that to me, I'm like, well, I clearly need to change my thinking
Yeah,
about the psychedelics.
I got that from like three different brain surgeons that I follow. Pretty much said the same exact thing about psychedelics.
I think you should try it. It's a very like fundamental human experience. Like many religions, many whatever, like throughout the entirety of humankind have effectively been based around them. So I think like I personally, the reason I did it was like I couldn't watch movies about like people doing like Enter the Void or like Fear and Loathing or whatever, and see that people were like having these crazy experiences, and I was like, I could not avoid when someone mentioned like the possibility of me being able to do it. I was like, gotta do it, gotta try it. I gotta see what it is for myself. But that's always been, I'm always been like a dive head first kind of person.
Yeah.
There could be another perspective here, though, where even though we do have these psychedelics at our disposal, we may also, like I was talking about in earlier podcast episodes, have the ability to endogenously produce these through meditation. And I wonder what the trade-off would be when people access this information. Like, let's forget about, jumping off the roof or shit like that. Like, if people just access information that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to access through their own willpower, what does that mean as far as a possible trade-off in the future? But saying that, I also have to keep in mind that I'm talking about reincarnation. I'm talking about like other lives that you're going to live afterwards. Is there a price we're going to have to pay based on like getting certain access to information before we were ready for it? I mean,
most of the like the stories of people like turning into a glass of orange juice or like thinking they can fly and jumping out of the window, most of those are just like CIA plant stories. They're not real. That and that like you literally go to any college town and there's someone telling you the same story about orange juice. But outside of that, I forgot the question. I just remember CIA. What was the question?
The question was whether in, let's say, other lives, if reincarnation exists, there would be a price we would have to pay when we start back up as a clean slate for accessing certain information without necessarily applying our own willpower through meditation and things like that to get that same access to information. Like prematurely opening the door before we're ready.
It kind of reminds me of like the prana energy people.
I was getting ready to say, he's going to say something. Yeah, prana. I was thinking about, do I have to pull out my book on the Indian stuff? Because that's what they mostly talk about, was the prana and all the the energies.
Definitely. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Because if it's already out there for people to be able to train themselves to access it, and I understand that during the Vedic times, people were also accessing it.
Prana? Do you guys believe in the prana energy people?
I mean, I feel it.
I believe in the basic idea of it, if that makes sense. If that falls in the same vein of what we talk about.
My understanding of the prana energy is that there are people that can just live off of sunlight and air. That's from prana energy. And whenever someone's claimed to have been able to do that, then they put the camera on them, like they get pulled away on a stretcher. They're like, they starve to death. And
I've never heard of that.
Die sometimes.
The person that I follow that talks.
There's one guy I know recently that they pulled it off for like a very long time, from what I saw.
You can fast for insane amounts of time. You can live without water for like 10 days, and you can live without food for like 60 days in extreme circumstances. But
I mean, I'm not like particularly well versed in it, but I don't see why you couldn't pull it off. Like, I don't think that you can indefinitely go without sustenance.
That's the claim. But that's the claim of the prana energy gurus, is that like some of these people say like, I haven't had food in 20 years. I haven't had food and water in 20 years. I live off of the prana energy.
Yeah, the gurus that I follow,
they're lying. I think they're lying.
Wait, Kuro, what about the gurus?
That I follow, don't talk about that. I never heard of that part from. I only follow like 3 different gurus, but I never mentioned anything about. They always talk about eating right, so eating the proper foods and stuff like vegetarian and all these other different types of Indian foods and
I think. Yeah, what were you about to say?
Not really Indian foods, but just foods that are usually like I think Jordan Peterson mentioned the same types of food as well, but not the meat diet, but he was talking about more of the just having, what was it? It's not protein. It is protein. Protein is one, but it's like a small amount, and then there's another
like the Ayurvedic diet.
Which one is that? What does it consist of?
Well, the Ayurvedic diet is supposed to consist of things that are easily digestible. The whole idea being is that your body's gonna work a lot less at digesting the food, so
Oh
you
yeah.
can focus on developing this prana energy. And it does not
Mhm.
imply that you should, not eat or drink anything like the breatharians do. And look, maybe there are some people who end up doing that, but it just seems highly unrealistic if we're talking about working one's way up to a higher state of consciousness. Why would you just completely deprive yourself of these things before your body would be ready? I could imagine the body may be ready to experience that when it's already like in like energy form already, like a Buddhist rainbow body or something like that, just completely out of humanity as we know it. But I'm curious about your gurus, Kuro. I did not know this about you. What do they prescribe to?
Um, uh, I follow Satguru. I don't know if you guys know him. That's the main one that I follow. And he really talks about, in terms of food at least, he really talks about. I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since I've actually studied most of the things, but like you just said, he talks about eating more, vegetables over meat simply because it takes longer or it takes less time for you to actually break it down. So it stays in the system for a certain amount of time, that as opposed to how I meat, wheat split, so they would digest in certain ways and they'll give you more energy since you actually, get it stored away a lot quicker than meat would, for example. But
Interesting.
he doesn't say to abolish meat. One thing I like that he says is that he says he's not against eating meat because it's like he has a quote where he says you would, if you consume life, then you have to live life for that thing that you just consumed.
And there are different levels of this too, right? Like for all the vegetarians who eat their salad at Starbucks, how do we know how many little creatures had to die when those plants are being cultivated by the machines? Like if you were to live like a truly, karma-free life, then you'd have to plant your own food. That's the only
Yeah.
way.
Well, even then, you would still kill animals. This is fairly dear to my heart, insofar as I was a vegetarian for like 5 years. This is part of the fucking liberal brainwashing from college. That this is one of the things they got me on. So I read like All Animals Are Equal from Peter Singer, and I got trapped with utilitarian, vegan, whatever, and then I like couldn't eat meat again for like several years. And I will say, your actual like physical and like mental constitution changes when you like legitimately don't eat animals for like several years. Like your thoughts are different. Your ability, the way you connect with people is different. Like everything fundamentally changes about you, and so much so that like I remember when like I started eating meat again, and like I was dating this girl, and like she would like note like the actual like change in my like the way I like stood and walked, and like my level of aggression or like things like of like that nature. Also, I got jacked overnight when I started eating meat again.
Yeah.
Like even with like I was already working out, but I like put on like 15 pounds of muscle like overnight. I am partial to the, I think I'm partial to like the sentiment of like vegans. Like I understand like minimizing, harm. I understand, the perils of like factory farming and like what it's doing to the environment and to like humanity as a whole. I agree with all those things, but along the way, I kind of realized the futility of trying to be like 100%, karma. Like it doesn't make any like practical or like logical sense to like behave in this way. And like at the end of the day, you're still an animal, and animals need to eat other animals for sustenance, and you're still effectively eating animals anyway, or like
Plants
killing
feel
them
pain.
regardless in the factory farming. So you're really just it's not even consistent with your own internal logic, right? So I am very partial to like local butcheries and local meat and like better sourcing of food, and the comment of like making sure you do that, like when you don't feel that like gross, disgusting, antibiotic filled hormonal, energy from eating shitty meat and whatever.
Well, Also, we have a comment from Jing Root, LOL Karma Police, and Serge Yopi. I'm just going to remind this to you right now, but we're not going to talk about this yet. I want to save this for the cherry on top at the end. The people have been demanding your Drake
Drake theory.
Yes, so it's got to come. It's already been how many streams have we had, and this has not been addressed.
I swear to God, like, and I it's gonna come to me, and like one of these days, I'm gonna have an epiphany, like, oh yeah, this Drake theory. I can't remember where I mentioned it. I don't know who the fuck. I definitely had a Drake theory. And
there's a Hotep Drake theory that like never trust when Jake shows up. Like whenever Drake shows up, something's amiss. Like something's like.
Well, he's missed to steal your girl for sure. He'll definitely take your woman. He's also kind of a scumbag. But
I've never liked Drake. I don't like any of his songs. Drake.
I don't like his music that much, but I like him. I was a big Degrassi fan growing up, like obsessed with Degrassi. Like I should not have watched as much. First off, this is the weirdest like idiosyncrasy of mine. I've watched like every teen drama from like 1990 to like 2005. Like Beverly Hills 90210, One Tree Hill, OC,
Caitlin's Way. Have you ever seen Caitlin's Way?
Caitlin's Way, fucking all of them. I don't know why. Dawson's Creek, fucking. I don't know why I've seen them all. I've seen all of them, like every episode. It's really bad. I hate it.
What would Seventh Heaven count? I recently just watched. I watched a trailer of that show, and you know what happened to the dad, right? Like he got accused of molesting young girls.
In real life.
In real life,
yeah. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me, but I've seen them all. And it was a hard addiction to break, but I do not watch teen dramas any longer.
Wow. It would be something to watch those things while high, though. Because I know people say go into nature, but just examining certain things. Like I remember when I got high and I looked at certain, I looked at Liv Lindland. I don't know if you know who Liv Lindland is. She is a Playboy playmate from, I think, 1971. And when I saw her photos, I instantly figured out in a high state that even back then they had like a version of Photoshop. Like it looked like there were certain things that were done which in a non-high state you wouldn't really be able to tell. But
that's like me on LSD watching infomercials and seeing all of the ways that they suggest. They like they do like suggestive like marketing and programming and stuff like that in the infomercials. That was like my favorite thing to watch. We would get high and watch like, you know, endless commercials.
Definitely. Well, as far as Liv Lindland goes, I also found out that her photographer was also into the occult. So
nice.
It's very interesting for me to just like find out how many people are actually into all of this stuff that we wouldn't really think of. And I'm not talking about just like the obvious, you know, like closing of the eye that I mean, I still can't figure out what that shit's all about, because part of me thinks that they're just making fun of people who start getting really deep into it and start saying like, oh, they're like part of Satan. Like part of me thinks that even that photo of Marina Abramovic together with the Rothschild dude in front of a painting of Lucifer, it's just too much, isn't it? I mean, you know.
I think that so I think with all these people, they aren't consciously trying to be like satirical or whatever. I think like when you're just kind of caught up in it, like I'll say this much, when I was in my like, you know, cringe atheist, like I love metal, but like super like I'm trying to be edgy satanic shit. Like I was just like, haha, I thought I was in on the joke, but then I'm like, oh, I'm really just like after a certain level of irony, you're just being genuine, right? So like even if they're like, oh, you know, I'm just being artistic, they're after a certain level of like, you know, nuance, you're just come full circle and you're just like, oh, I'm just genuinely promoting this type of like, you know, metaphysical paradigm or like these shitty ideas. Like she sucks, but like I hate and she's part of the
Gio likes her. I'm gonna get Gio on the show to
part of the satanic pedophile ring. We don't fuck with her.
I don't know. Part of me wants to actually get her on the show. Would you be interested in that?
Hell yeah, be on that episode. That is, there's nothing I want to be more than on that episode.
Definitely. No, I think it'll happen. No, because the guy who we had on the show, Patrick Mayer, he was amazing, and he did the art gallery, the online virtual gallery, where Marina's work was one of the featured works there. So there is a 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon away from me
Three.
to
It's three
Marina.
now.
Yeah, 3 exactly. So
I'll say this though, I'm trying to like not be so misogynist because it's a live stream, but I'll say that like it is not generally the case that women artists do this like high level abstract symbology and aren't also actually being genuine with it. Like it's not, that is like from like a psychological point of view, men tend to do that like symbolism as like something else, like the symbology is something, and it's not in and of itself, it's speaking to some other concept. Women tend to view themselves as part of their work, and that's why you get your like all the women making these paintings about like their vagina, like you get your Georgia O'Keeffe's making flowers, but it's also like there's a reason why all women artists tend to have their embodiment in their work. It would be very out of step for like female artists on a high level, or any female artist really, for Ibrahim or whatever the fuck her name is, Maria, to be making art of this nature and then not also be incorporated into her embodiment. She wouldn't be making this like satanic blood ritual stuff if there wasn't some element of truth to it, right? So like, and I can see, you know, there are other, what?
When you say some element of truth to it, do you mean she's
Being
doing
genuine.
those things for real, or she's sympathetic to people that are, or
No, it would be
people that do it, and so she's mirroring it?
No, it would be, she would be doing it as like genuine pseudo.
Like a reenactment of stuff.
No, it would be like she effectively believes in like I would say she effectively believes in like the reality of this thing, but that her embodiment and believement of it is why she ritualizes it and makes it art, right? Like it's not distant from herself. It is part of her like actual genuine beliefs. Otherwise she wouldn't do it. I've never, like in my lengthy experience in the art world, because my parents are artists, it is very, very rare, if not, I've never seen it, that women make art that isn't also part of their genuine embodiment. I've never seen it, and I've been to a lot of museums, a lot of performances. It's just not a thing.
Interesting. And can you also, we have an exiled judge here, but before we get to the judge, I wanted to ask you about your parents. You talked about them being artists. What kind of art do they create?
My dad is a professional dancer. Like he was a modern dancer. He was in the lineage of like Martha Graham, like basically one dance company removed from Martha Graham. I'm not gonna be specific just because, I mean, you can find him pretty easily. But and then he has like a modern contemporary ballet company in New York City, as well as like a ballet school. They do a bunch of their students are like professional ballerinas now for like New York City Ballet and ABT and whatever. Like, and my dad was like in a documentary about a particular dancer, and it was like Oscar nominated. My uncle is a documentary filmmaker. My sister's in the circus. Like, it just kind of.
Your dad's legs must be like enormous,
like
not
bird
so much
legs.
Anymore. When he was younger, he was like lean down and strong. He's still pretty buff actually for an older dude.
I would think so.
Does he still dance or no?
Yeah, he does. Not actively, not like a lot, but he does from time to time. For the most part, he's a choreographer now.
If he's
that
ever
related to like Alvin Ailey, is that?
Yes. So it is not Alvin Ailey. That is but I would say like when Alvin Ailey was popular, there was a parallel dance company that was like not like blackface, and my dad was like the only black dancer in it, and that's what he was in. If people can figure it out from that clue at that point, but I don't want to make it too easy. But yeah, for the most part, like it's top 10 biggest dance companies in the world. Like when I went to school and I took like an art class, like I like learned about the company my dad was in, and I was like, oh, I like raised my hand. I was like, oh, my dad was there. They're like, oh.
Wow. I wonder if he'd ever be interested in doing anything at the National Arts Club. For people who are tuning in who don't know, I'm the chair of the Art and Technology Committee at the National Arts Club in Gramercy Park. So, yeah, I mean, you pass on the word, and if he's interested, I think it will be an amazing event if he'd ever want to put something on there.
Very cool. Yeah, he does performances all over the city all the time.
Sweet.
I'll pass the word on.
So we have an exiled judge here tonight. How are you, Judge?
Oh, good. I just came back running some errands. Just realized.
Is that from Saga?
Hello? Yeah, what? Say again?
I was saying, is that picture from Saga?
Yeah, it's like the
It is.
it's from the Cold War. It's kind of like era of Judge Dredd. Actually, I'm
Oh.
actually going through all the case files. So I'm gonna go through it like most of the time. But right now I'm on a 30 cop movie binge. But yeah, I'll probably go just back to reading Judge Dredd comics again.
Oh, Judge
Other
Dredd.
way. Yeah. So wait, what the hell's the topic today?
So this is a sewing discourse with verse. So we're talking about his life, his artistic influences, his psychedelic experiences. We were just talking about that, as well as about Ted Kaczynski. And recently we were just talking about his dad's dance company and just all the artistry in his family. But what I want to touch on right now, since you're here and since Kuro is here, is when verse did you start getting deeper into the quote-unquote extremely online community on Twitter, which I guess
Twitter?
I guess, Judge, I would consider you to also be a part of that community. Like, even though I don't want to say like this is one group and this is another group, it does seem to be like a super organism of people who know each other, and that's kind of like the world that I'm like half of me is in, and the other half is in like the mainstream New York City intelligentsia world.
I feel that. When did I get on Twitter? On Twitter, like with maybe a year ago, probably. I think I found a thread from Mia, or no, actually, you know what? I read Bronze Age Mindset, and then I like found him on Twitter, and then pretty much everyone else kind of followed from there. And that was kind of it. I've always been extremely online though. Like, I was born in the internet. I was raised in a pseudo-anonymous internet on message boards, IRC, the whole nine. And then I was in crypto Twitter before this. I still kind of am, doing trading and stuff. So I was on pseudo-anonymous Twitter, and then all of crypto Twitter pretty much started reading Bronze Age Mindset, and then we kind of merged.
Interesting. I wanted to talk a lot about blockchain stuff. Because we started a little bit late, and then we brought in the I guess the plus after conversation in early. So I would love to also like do another one. We have something called a culturate for recurring guests. Like, we've had Remzo on, we've had other people on. So that way, because everyone on Sewing Discourse is pretty much like
I've been on.
I
Just a heads up. I've had like a radical political realignment for myself throughout the years. I mean, I dabbled on Twitter. I just didn't really get it until I think I started a Twitter account for like comedy shit for like 2012. I think that's when I first started, and then I just didn't really know how to fuck with it. And I had to like exit the internet for a while. I was just hanging out with like hipsters, partying with bad people. Yes. And one of whom was somebody who made a doc for Campbot. But outside of that, there was like a political realignment, because I remember the lead up to 2016. Trump won. It was really crazy, but even within that time, I was trying to remove myself out of the internet. But then, I don't know, for whatever reason, stuff like Bronze Age Pervert and Ted Kaczynski started to really gain popularity again for odd reasons. But the weird thing was, I was kind of like living parallel to that within my life, because back in 2012, Black Mirror came out, and that was actually when the first kind of uptick of the conversation where people were starting to bring up Ted Kaczynski again about his manifesto, and how technology is kind of fucking up everyone's lives. What was
Industrial society and its consequences, yeah.
The industrial society and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race, and it's still relevant. I don't know. Even before that, there was. I remember, I started to see like the Observe kind of blurb within what kind of became the alt-right, but I wanted to exit out of it because they were just like, those guys were just going and crossing over to like total white power dudes. So, and I was like, I'm not gonna really want to be a part of this. But then, man, I lost my train of thought here. But yeah, well, okay, so within the past 4 years, it's been kind of wild, because Bronze Age Pervert used to fucking block me on Twitter because he just called me a nutcase. which is probably true. It's probably true. And now we're mutuals now. And then there's somebody who wrote a book on internet surveillance. Now he now has me blocked on Twitter, even though I used to like have breakfast with the guy. But he wrote a book on internet surveillance, and I just wanted to inform y'all that like Bitcoin is probably an NSA project. And back up to 2012, 2013, Peter Thiel has been buying. He probably has the largest stockpile of Bitcoin right now. And if you know anything about Palantir and the services,
I almost worked with Palantir.
Yeah, actually, the Palantir is a pretty good company to work with, and every company, and people call it anon Twitter, whatever, anonymous Twitter. Like everyone knows who like the admin knows who you are. You should be a given that if you have an anonymous account, if you're like this anonymous kind of edgy personality on Twitter, like the mods know who you are. Like whenever you log into a device, they could track that. They could figure out who you are in various ways. It doesn't matter if you use VPN or not. There's like there's device tracking, IP tracking. Now they're using deploy with verifying phone numbers and stuff like that. But there's ways to look up somebody up using the ISP. Unless you really are a kid, fucking in your mom's basement, you're not paying your fucking internet service provider bill. It's your parents. Like that could fudge the identity a little bit. But I mean, I think those are plenty of kids. There are plenty of kids like that who like 10,000 followers on Twitter, like kind of significant amount of clout, right?
That's basically crypto Twitter. They're like 18, 19, 20. Now they're all like 23.
Some of them like aren't even paying for their ISP bill because they're still living with their parents. Man, I got to worry about that because I pay my ISP. I mean, I got, people have like threatened me online and stuff like that. But I got in a conversation I just got in an argument with today with some suspected federal informants. But
feds.
they're out here.
What about?
Huh?
Why?
Oh, dude, there's that group called the American Patriot Front. I think Patriot Front. I think that's what they're called. They literally have like a fash logo on the axe, like Italian fascist party logo on the American flag, kind of like a blend of that, and that's kind of like their aesthetic. But they're total like they are a fucking federal front. It's just like a total front for
Why do you think Bitcoin is an NSA project?
It's because it was probably started by the NSA as a pet project. There was that 96 paper, there was that one paper that was released during the financial collapse of 2008.
But it would seem like to me it would seem like it wouldn't make sense for it. I would be very surprised if it was an NSA project, just by the nature of how it's destabilizing to the central banking system. And
it doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't. Okay, well, yeah, but the NSA could live outside of that, and the whole blockchain.
What do you mean the NSA could live outside of that?
They're not dependent on the Federal Reserve, for their existence.
But the NSA, I imagine, wants like control, right?
Well, it's a surveillance. The blockchain itself as a mechanism, even if you objectively, the blockchain itself is a surveillance like mechanism, right? Like how it functions in terms
about
of keeping track of them.
Anonymity.
No, I don't know.
Well, no. Bitcoin's very much anti-anonymous. It's very, very public. Actually, that's a big misconception. Funny enough, I did write a book, but I don't like it, so I don't shill it. But it is the complete opposite of anonymity. Bitcoin. It's just that it's at the moment difficult for
anonymous transactions.
Yeah,
right?
But it's fairly easy to do that. It doesn't take like a genius to match people with their wallet. The difficulty is like you still can't get access to their wallet, or like you still can't stop them, or you still can't tax them because it is private and encrypted. So like it is still like safe, but it's not private per se. Like
but there's already like parallel like legality. In terms of legality, there are parallel structures. Like there's already stuff in the books where if you don't declare the income, the IRS fucking sees your shit. Your feds can seize your shit for evading income tax.
Yeah, they can, but they're not like it is not.
But people, yeah. But the thing is, I think
It's very easy. It's fairly easy to get around that.
I think the thing is just that a lot of government, a lot of the established government bureaucrats are just too fucking stupid to understand it. So that's why people are able to. I think we can live in this sphere, making a decent amount of income within. I'm not disclosing anything if I ever made money or stuff like that. I'm not trying to say that, but to understand there are people that can have a niche of providing for oneself, getting an income through Bitcoin, but the IRS basically are just too stupid to understand it. Or both feds.
That's why Brian Armstrong is a fucking Fed snitch for trying to sell that his blockchain spider to the IRS last week.
But the thing is, to me, it's just like you're still dependent on technology. You still need a computer, that's connected to the internet, which is
no. They figured out how to send Bitcoin over like AM over radio signals, because you got psychos. Like,
yeah, but there's always a way to track this kind of stuff. Like the internet itself was a military DARPA tier project in its development. I mean, okay, I'm going to disclose the guy's name. So Yasha Levine fucking blocked me on Twitter, but he wrote the book Surveillance Valley, and I recommend the read. I'll give you guys the copy. I don't like the guy anymore, so I'll give you guys, if you guys want to read it, I'll send you. I'll mail
That's
you.
interesting.
I'll mail you a copy of Surveillance Valley. But yeah, that's something to keep in mind.
I don't think I understand what you're saying. I think that like this has always been like a debate on the internet, like privacy versus surveillance. And I think ultimately you can't avoid, like I say, work on your privacy as much as you can, but you genuinely cannot avoid being surveilled. Like, so I say you can do the just try to dump too much information thing that some people try to do, where they like put everything they ever do on the internet, so that there's too much noise and not enough signal. I think that's really difficult. Or you can get technologies that help you subvert, or give you more sovereignty, even if your actions can be tracked, which is kind of what Bitcoin does. Now they've been very clever in that, like they've shut down exchanges or they've geofenced things, and that's kind of been what killed crypto in the last couple of years. Like, is all the geofencing and like all the exchanges with the KYC that like really fucked the industry for like the last couple of years.
By the way, what do you go by in terms of is it Vers Lune? Like, what do you go by? How should I address you as?
Yeah, Verslove, Lune, whatever. I get.
That means to the moon, right?
Yeah, to the moon, which was my crypto idea.
Ad Astra.
No,
it was to the moon because we were trying to take it to the moon, get those Lambos. I just didn't want to have a crypto pun as my name, so I made a different one.
Guys people can live within this sphere right now, and it's just that I think people the people that are running government, the bureaucrats out there, a lot of them are older. They just don't get it. They're just computer retarded, in terms of stuff. But I mean, it's gonna get weird when they die off or they retire, and the people that know their shit are gonna take over government positions, and
Well, not just people who know their shit. For me, there's also the trouble I'm thinking of when it comes to all the social justice warriors who are in prestigious universities right now. If they're going to be the ones that are going to be taking over positions of power, you're shaking your head, and I hope you're right. I hope you're right.
Here's my take on the matter. The mob will always, in the internet age, the mob loses, and they will get small petty victories, but the way it generally works for the internet is if you are able to lead a mob and you get the attention enough to corral a mob, you tend to get brought up into more elite circles, and then the mob kind of dies off on its own, right? So like,
or the mob could turn on you, because then
the mob never effectively cancels anyone.
You become a target, but then again, you don't know who's really the Twitter mods or the Facebook mods. They tend to lean politically left,
Yeah, so
the
but
people
like they don't matter.
Zuckerberg also might be flipping.
They could figure out. Well, when I say the Twitter, like Twitter and like Facebook mods, a lot of social media mods, they're politically they lean politically left. They're gonna figure out who the anon right winger anon counts are, and dox them and make their lives a living hell.
That's not real. I think that like it's overstated. Like yes, people's right wing accounts get doxxed, but like for the most part, and I've said this before on Twitter, is like it's infighting. It's not anyone doing real stuff gets around it, and a lot of them have like benefited from it. Like BAP and like Delicious Tacos for having to be a non have like benefited from.
Well, Delicious does his best to be apolitical. Bop recently got doxxed. Bronze Age.
Yeah, he got doxxed, but like, what has happened?
Or maybe if he was, I don't know if he. I mean, but then
but everyone just turned on the person who doxed him. Like, if you are of value, you can't be canceled. It's petty infighting. It's not real.
I'm still. It'd have to be like a Mitt Romney.
I'm still convinced. Whoever the dox Bop persona isn't the same person either. I don't think the same person tweeting is the same guy on the podcast. I don't think the same person who wrote the book is like it might be three different people.
I've talked to him all the time. He's supposed to be on my podcast soon. It's the same person. He's a very nice dude, but like it's not.
I mean, his voice is kind of put on, like the way he talks. It just sounds.
Yeah, it's an act for it, like to give more of like he emphasizes it because it's partially a comedy show, but like BAP is legit and like and again he can't be canceled because he's doing real stuff, right? Like. The only people who ever get canceled for real are people who either A, give in to the mob and try to apologize because they're not really doing anything anyway, or B, people who are generally not doing anything and there's people who are jealous of them and they're gonna get and they lose, like kids, for example. Kids trying to go to college, they end up getting canceled because they don't really have any real power. It's just jealousy and infighting. But like people who Louis C.K. came back and just did a special, like he's not really canceled. Like anyone who's been canceled, it's like the mob doesn't really have actual power if you're a genuine talent. If you show like libidinal will and exert yourself on reality, you are not like susceptible to the mob rule.
I want to get, by the way, Kuro's perspective on this, because Kuro, I wouldn't say you're in the extremely online community as much as you are in more of the anime aficionado Twitter community, if I get that right. I know you tell me what would be
more of that, by the way. I need more anime aficionados.
Yes, Kuro, could you hear us right now? I am not sure that Kuro is coming in right now. I don't know what's happening, but I would have definitely loved to get his take.
He's taking a shit.
I try so hard to not fall into anime, to not just become an anime Twitter account. It takes all my energy to not do it. It's really, that's all I do for the most part, other than read philosophy and.
Well, you have a lot of good taste in anime, and look, those two things, they go hand in hand. I mean, look at 4chan. 4chan started out as an anime image board copy of a 2channel from Japan, and I think it would be impossible not to see how close anime influence has been to also this idea of even something like the idea of something beautiful, where if people are seeing today certain designs like the flat art movement, for example, that's being paraded around and people getting used to that, it seems like something like anime, where a lot of work is put into the anatomy and making it look pleasant, that seems to be the antithesis of this dehumanizing flat art stuff.
I see so much blanding going on though, because now it's like anime. Now I mean, it's more popular than ever, but also even now, even more Western cartoons are just kind of designed to look more like anime-ish.
A bit, but take She-Ra, for example. That cartoon, in a way, it's trying to get rid of a male-female archetype and create just this tough-looking female character who also doesn't really have that many manly characteristics either. So it's kind of hard to say exactly
what cartoon?
She-Ra.
Oh yeah, that cartoon's trash.
Well,
I mean, by the way, I consider myself a basic bitch when it comes to most anime. I mean, my favorite anime is Akira, but anyone who knows anime knows Akira. But I don't really delve into I don't even bother with most of the anime that gets on Netflix or Hulu. I try to stay with One Punch Man. I find it exceptional.
Well,
that's your first problem watching anime on Netflix and Hulu. You got to get on that Crunchyroll.
Well, Jules, you're watching a good one right now, right?
I just watched the first season of Psycho Pass, which was unbelievable, uncanny, scary good. And Lev was like showing me these WikiLeaks spiral symbols like 4 years ago, however long it was, and it would just be a conversation non-starter with me.
Lev, were you a pizza getter? Were you a pizza getter?
I was not. I was not.
No,
I
he's
thought
asking.
that
He's
there
asking
was-
me
I mean,
whether
I
I was
thought-
a pizza gator.
I
And-
thought that there was something about the story that I thought was noteworthy, and I thought a lot of people were unfairly dismissive to people going like, "Hey, this is kind of a weird story."
Well,
And
everyone kind of backed off on it as soon as that guy came in with the M6, like the AR-15.
yeah, didn't that guy have an
I'm
IM?
backed off.
That guy had That guy had an IMDb page as like a fast food robber or something. Like he literally had an IMDb page, and his only credit was like he robbed like a fast food joint or something. And then that was the guy that then broke into Pizzagate. They took down his IMDb. I remember this. Like I quadruple, like 5-time checked this. My friend
yeah.
is
Getting
Best
woke. Jesus is
Buyers.
getting woke.
But you also got to realize how fast that stuff can appear online, as like, someone could input all that
Sure.
information,
Nah.
and then
Someone
then
can
they-
verify it.
and then someone's gonna go, oh, that was part of a, someone just kind of like put that up on IMDb, take a screenshot of it, and saying, oh,
What's
this is
more
proof
likely?
This guy's a fucking, what do you call him, crisis actor, stuff
He's
like
definitely
that.
a crisis
But
actor.
you really think he's a crisis stuff? The guy who went to Common Pizza?
I didn't. I all I said was I distinctly
I'm
remember
saying
my
it.
friend Best Buyers.
Okay.
My friend Best Buyers posted his IMDb page when this story was fresh. I remember going to it and thinking, "This is so weird," like, and then, but again, I'm so like epistemologically disciplined, where I'm like constantly dismissing this stuff, but that doesn't mean I also don't know how to like follow my nose like Mel
okay.
Gibson in Lethal Weapon or something. Like
here's
I'm able
the
to
thing.
deduce things that I might not necessarily have like the cold logic for. But that doesn't.
Okay.
But that's how
First of
a
all,
detective works, right?
Okay,
Ideas
so-
and truth is aesthetic. You notice that you aesthetically understand the truth prior to any rationalization of that truth. Generally speaking, rationalizations happen post hoc, and so if you recognize the truth, there's a reason why you do so. Like this notion of like I don't have like the rigorous, whatever. Like yeah, I agree. I understand why in modernity that's very brutal to be a rationalist, but like fundamentally we understand truth prior to any,
Okay.
what's happening.
So I remember specifically like Pizzagate was kind of dropped after that dude literally went into the Comet ping pong and shot up the place and got arrested, and then anyone had like really associating that with like pushing for that, they were like Alex Jones had to drop it because the pizza place was gonna fucking sue him over that kind of shit, and then and he's a millionaire. Alex Jones is a millionaire, and he was gonna get sued by that pizza place, and he probably did get sued over endangering lives over that incident. But
So
just remember, but even after that happened, Epstein was a real thing. The whole Epstein scandal was a real thing, and then they slowly kind of transitioned from, people were like, okay, we kind of fucked up about the Pizzagate shit, but
It's the same thing.
Well, I guess there are different
It's an
levels of.
unverified- Yeah, it's an
different circles
unverified
of hell.
story, but it's like to me, the Pizzagate is like a canary in the coal mine, where I appreciate how WikiLeaks acknowledges it's an unverified story, and I think that a lot of people are incapable of actually solving a case. Like they'll solve something to their personal satisfaction, but as far as getting up, doing a presentation, and like proving your case in like a court,
okay. But I
like,
think
a lot of people are just incapable.
to
right?
me,
Okay,
to me,
sure,
though,
but we gotta understand that the Epstein thing and the Pizzagate are literally the same exact thing. Like it's not like
I
one
know,
is
but
like
here's-
that's what I
disproven, one's
wanted
not.
my
to.
point-
So
my
hold on,
point
I'm
is,
sorry,
though.
Judge. I just wanted to just talk about the spiral thing that started the conversation, and then we got onto the Pizzagate tangent.
Yeah.
Because I was very dismissive of these spiral symbols, and I also think like they can kind of flood the zone with it now, where they're also putting those symbols in places that don't mean anything. So it starts to like kind of be hard to like see what the stamp is and where. In Psychopaths in episode 12, like I was watching this show and I just had the feeling I'm gonna see this spiral symbol. Episode 12, the Devil's Crossing. Sure enough, there's a guy drawing spirals, and in the next episode, you have like the top bureaucrat authoritarian is like playing with a black Rubik's cube, and I'm just like trying to not see these motifs. Do you know what I mean?
Well, the first season of True Detective also had spirals in the murder scene. I mean, when they came up with the dead body by the tree, and then there was like spiral symbols and stuff like that. No, what I was trying to get at though is just that there are conspiracies happen all the time. There are real conspiracies that do happen. It's just that one, there might be a legit trail, and then next thing you know, you have all this noise about all these people flooding in saying, oh, actually, like, okay, the situation right now with George Floyd is there are little conspiracy theorists right now saying George Floyd isn't even dead. He was like this was all a crisis act. When I'm right now totally into this whole angle where Derek Chauvin did kill him. He snuffed him out on camera, but it was because he's a very corrupt police officer, and the Minneapolis PD are trying to cover up a very crazy money laundering ring.
You can't tolerate too many of these conspiracy people because I think it depends on I guess the company you keep ultimately, right? As in like this is something that Lev and I have workshopped a lot. And if you're hanging out at the farm and you've got your close friends or you got your anonymous Twitter, that's one thing. But then there are real standards for like certain groups that you don't have to elect yourself into. You can just be like, fuck this group. Like, I don't vibe with it. Like, I want nothing to do with it. But then there are some groups like, like the National Arts Club is one of them. Like these are places where if you aren't deft at bringing up the subject of Alex Jones for a conversation about freedom of speech and big tech censorship, like blacklisting isn't even the phrase for it because it's a lot more subtle, right? As in people will just start to ignore you. People like won't have negative reactions. You will lose your credibility. So you'll try to talk about other things like, hey, I found about this nice remedy. Like, oh, your joints hurt? Like, try this ointment. Like, suddenly you are so tainted in the eyes of others that anything you talk about is not taken seriously. And so I think that it's important, depending on your environment and like what's the circumstance and the situation, you have to like draw the line to like what are we taking seriously and what is just like bad
I agree.
gossip.
I agree. That's the thing. Like Alex Jones has destroyed a lot of his credibility in terms of.
Whoa! He's never been wrong about literally anything in like the last 3 years.
He's thrown. Yeah, but he's the type. No. He's been wrong about. About.
There was that campsite.
You talk about this. You cannot like fundamentally you cannot say, and you said in this exact phone call that you believe the Epstein thing and then don't believe the Pizzagate thing. They're the same exact story.
No. I mean, no. There's aspects of the so they were both linked, but there's the whole aspect that the kids were being taken to the Pizzagate. They were taken to Comet Pizza, and that's where all the sex stuff was happening in the basement of the Comet Pizza. That was part of the conspiracy theory too.
Yes,
right. My whole point was, okay, first of all, Gawker already broke the Pedo Island story.
Okay, so first of all, Gawker
did break the story, right? They did, before the whole Pizzagate noise started coming about. It was more like the Gawker put out, the whole, Black Book. the Clinton and Epstein black book and the whole private jet logs and stuff like that, and that was all true, but it all that noise of Pizzagate happened, which kind of delegitimized the legitimacy that was there. So
what are you talking? This is what you sound like. You're saying like, well, the American Revolution, that that I believe that that there's no taxation without representation, but I don't believe that the Americans are fighting for what's called like they're the same fucking thing. Like you're saying like one like you're talking about like
okay. So what does Comet Pizza? What was Comet Pizza's role in the whole Epstein sex ring?
Comet Pizza is the political front for the DC's, for the child trafficking in DC, right? And it's where all the politicians like, Clinton, et cetera, would go to Comet Pizza. They have their little parties.
It's bullshit. It's bullshit. That part's bullshit.
Okay. But then at the same time, you're saying Epstein's real, yet Epstein was directly associated with the dude who ran Comet Pizza. So like you and also the Clintons and all the people that you're saying don't have association with that guy.
The Epstein knew plenty of people. He was also somebody who had lots of money.
Convicted pedophile. And Clinton just lost her case about her emails, and she has to testify in September, all about the same exact topic. But the one link you have an issue with is the guy who's literally connected to all of them. And you're saying
my issue is making Comet Pizza the main issue. Comic ping pong.
Well, you're making it the main issue. That's so stupid. It's
no. I said I know. My take is the Epstein sex ring was totally real, but the Comet ping pong pizza is like a kind of a distraction that kind of that also led to a shooting.
Like with both, I'm like agreeing with both of you. Hold on, I'm agreeing with both of you right now. Hold on,
they're the same thing.
I'm agreeing with both. So I think that the problem with the Comet Pizza thing was that, to me, it sounds like it's like if you all go to the same social club, like the New York Arts Club, or you all are on the same basketball team, or if you all go to the same high school, the same college, like you have certain people are just like in the same group. Like I imagine if you're into child trafficking, there's probably not a lot of child traffickers you don't know. You know what I mean? I just imagine, they might never do business with each other, right? They might never do business with each other, but they might be like, oh yeah, that's their turf over there, right? So like the Comet Pizza thing, like I don't know if it's like, if that was just like a joint where like maybe people just like, sometimes I think like I don't like when they showed those pictures of the room and stuff. I don't think that was
see videos. I can show you videos from Comet Pizza if you'd like.
I think maybe they're just holding. Maybe they were just like holding babies there or something like really fucking.
Okay. All right.
But,
here's
like,
what
if you want to watch the video of what's his face, what they do with the name with the P, like beating
like
the
Biden.
Podesta
screams and
Podesta. Dude, the guy's Italian. He's into pizza. He's Italian. He got really passionate about
everybody
pizza.
there.
You want me to send you the video of Podesta's voice and the child screaming of them being beaten the upstairs of?
You think you're hot shit, don't ya?
Yeah, like it's not like you're talking about it like clearly from a I haven't watched all these videos perspective, and after you watch the videos, it is pretty clear as day that it's all the same story.
So Comet Pizza is owned by somebody who is a Democrat connected to the DC political scene. He's a gay guy. He sometimes throws like kind of art. He throws up his art, at the Comet Pizza restaurant. Sometimes they have like weird art shows there too. That's it. It's a fucking pizza place owned by a gay guy, and they sometimes
have you seen these? Wait, answer my question directly. Have you seen these videos?
Please DM me. Please DM me these videos.
Got it. Once you see, I guarantee you, if you see these videos, the videos from his band, for all the like the onstage stuff, all the Podesta stuff. After you watch the videos, it's pretty undeniable. You go, oh, got it, yeah. And also, I have other things to say, but I can't say them. Because it's live stream, but there's other statistics that you might want to read that would kind of bring it all together.
Okay, but Comet Pizza didn't have much of a connection.
Yes, it
to
did.
The Epstein sex. Okay, well, regardless of that, right now I'm obsessed with the George Floyd murder because I'm convinced Derek Chauvin was a dirty cop who was running a fucking money laundering ring with the Minneapolis PD. And here's the truth. This is objective. Both George Floyd and Derek Chauvin worked security at the Club El Nuevo in Minneapolis that was burned down the first night of the riots. The police precinct got burned down by the riots. So you have a lot of records that have been burned down. And now the city council decided to fucking liquidate Minneapolis PD. Regardless of that, I do think Derek Chauvin was called in. Well, okay, he wasn't the first police officer in the scene, but there were 2 rookies that got called in for George Floyd for spending counterfeit bills. Then Derek Chauvin came into the picture, and then we all saw him putting his knee on George for several minutes, and I believe it was murder. I believe it was an act of murder.
I mean, you see it on camera, like. Yeah, but like I'm not like I don't particularly care about like the internal affairs of the police department. Like it might be a conspiracy, it might not.
But it's a bigger to me. This conspiracy is bigger in that Derek was trying to cover up a money laundering ring and maybe even a drug ring being blown up within the Minneapolis PD, and that's exactly why George was murdered, because he didn't want like the rookies to find out how he got that fucking counterfeit money.
It's possible, but like that's like on the scale. That's like essentially like. Slightly like it's like slightly beyond white collar crime. Like that is.
What do you mean? Well, yeah, but look at LAPD, Serpico. NYPD was 30 dirty cops, the dirty 30.
Yeah, there's dirty cops in literally every police department. Who cares? Like that's part of what happens when you get like.
Wait, but what do they do to Serpico? I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
Shot him in the face.
It's based on a true story. We're talking about like a kind of systematic police corruption that was kind of happening over the years with the NYPD. NYPD officers were, dealing drugs, arming gangs, kind of, doing all this kind of stuff, as NYPD. Serpico exposed it all, and then 30 police officers were exposed in the entire affair.
Okay, but we know this is real. But like, just like the CIA put drugs in different communities.
So
yes,
I know what the thing is. So the
it's
thing
not a
is,
conspiracy. That's that serious. We already know.
So
it's
in
true.
terms of that, I'm just saying, okay, well, Derek Chauvin's getting nailed for murdering George Floyd, but there are probably dozens of other cops in the Minneapolis PD who are dirty, and they're going to be walking.
Who cares? But here's the thing: there's dirty cops in literally every police department, so it's not like a grand conspiracy. It's just like the nature of you're a person. Just like when you're in jail. A lot of people get drugs through the COs. A lot of the criminals they get. Similarly, if your job is to deal with criminals, some people are gonna get better offers. It's not like it's a conspiracy. It's just
No, that's literally a conspiracy. The word conspiracy just means what does conspiracy mean? What does conspire mean?
It's to like work together. But like but
you have to think about how it doesn't matter what you say, right? It matters what people hear. So like this is I think the stubbornness with words can do more to hinder the clarity of what you're trying to say, because I think you've been very clear, right?
Yeah, you're clear. I just think it's like it's like a petty level conspiracy.
You have to think about how words resonate with others too. People don't respond to the content of information; they respond to how the content of information makes them feel.
Yeah,
I guess so. Yeah.
The word conspire in and of itself has really changed. It just means crackpot. Even though the word. Why you don't think so? Because I think
no. It was deliberately used. The word conspiracy theory was created after the JFK assassination. And like it was used to like discredit people who didn't like.
But conspiracies, and my point is conspiracies are real, and I think there is a bigger conspiracy involved with Minneapolis PD in terms of the murder of George Floyd, because Derek Chauvin killed George Floyd not because he was like, I hate black people, I'm gonna kill this black guy. I mean he wanted to kill George Floyd because he wanted to silence him, because they were both involved in kind of some probably money laundering with the Mexican nightclub they both worked at.
Okay, sure. Well, here's my question: what does that change fundamentally? Like, what does that change to the bigger story? Vendetta. What does that change metaphysically? What does that change on an intellectual level? Nothing really changes, even if there's a petty money laundering ring in Minneapolis.
I believe I just like to be like the guy who scooped everyone and.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm saying like comparatively, like I'll say like, yeah, even if you're right, yeah, there's like, petty local level police shenanigans with embezzlement. I could just tell you it's almost certainly true. That's the case in literally all, police
Okay,
departments probably.
and then so the original point was though, there's also tons of other conspiracy theories that are total nonsense.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the conspiracy? Yeah, but you
Most
brought
of
that up
them
initially
tend
to
to be.
discredit the idea of like a Pizzagate scenario, right? What is the truth or falsity of one
I
claim have to
don't.
do with
Okay,
another
I
that's
believe this. Well,
unrelated?
the Epstein sex stuff is real, but I think the whole Comet Pizza thing is kind of just noise. It's just noise and not really
You
valid.
don't need it to put the picture together, right?
Yeah.
As in, it's an unverified story. It's like just me bringing up that I believe I saw that person's IMDb page, which is currently no longer in existence.
Oh.
Like I know, like has a negative effect on my credibility. Like just by the nature of like people are going to go check that out. They're not going to see his name on IMDb. So unless someone goes like deep into the canals of the internet and like verifies this like through like face to face, just like
As far as I know, though, that guy
investigation,
ruined his life.
right?
I mean, he went to the.
If someone
he went to
gave
Comet
him,
Pizza.
if crisis actors are real, and like if someone gives you a deal, like if you're thinking about, let's say that Epstein was either swapped or murdered, right?
Yeah.
In when he was in maximum security, or whatever. Those people, like some people, have to be paid off, right? And how it works is like, here's a big unfathomable sum of money, or we kill you, right? And then it makes some choices pretty easy, right? I imagine when you're like literally going like, we got to execute this guy who's under full surveillance in a prison, or like swap him out, and like he can be like one of those, what is it, in the new not Ryan Reynolds,
but that's
Michael
the
Bay
thing, the
movie,
conspiracy stuff,
like the six,
whatever, six something.
I just think people always have some kind of conspiracy theory they believe in. Just that there's the other conspiracy theories that either contradict it or just makes it kind of distracts it from people paying attention to the.
We have been.
There's also dumb people who say dumb shit about
epistemology.
everything. Like you just gotta just find real and correct ideas. That's all it is. Like there's always gonna be dumb people. Like for example, I don't know. I can't come up with an example now on the spot. But there's, regardless of the truth or falsity of one claim, you can always find someone who has the opposite claim. One of the best and worst things about the internet age is that you can find evidence to validate any idea. And the thing, it's a mixture of your metaphysical paradigm and your ability to reason and place and piece facts together. So you're always going to find an opposing opinion, but one is real, or at the very least, both could be real, but it depends on.
By the way, I'm very open to what you said you've observed about Pizzagate. So yes, please, I sincerely want you to DM me any like the video links about the stuff with comment.
One thing.
I want to show you guys this.
Okay, while you're showing, one last thing that I want to say about Pizzagate is, if I were in John Podesta's shoes and this was all just like a complete misunderstanding, I would just explain to everybody, hey guys, back then in that hacked email when I talked about there being like a pizza-related map, here is actually what I was saying. This is what it means. I wish, I wish somebody
Sometimes, unfortunately, like if you watch Trump, depending on momentum around you, sometimes that doesn't work. Like that's why they say like don't say anything, like even if you're innocent. As in, like if you've ever watched someone be steamrolled who's like innocent, like if you watch the Memphis 3 get steamrolled and spend 10 years in prison, like it really depends on your position and like momentum around you. Like if you're like have a good social standing, you have a lot of friends and family, you've got money to pay for legal bills, there's no like political slant on it, right? Like it's a lot different than when you have like charged, politically aggravated people who are looking to vent anger, right? Like they'll just go. These are the same people that will go smash windows. These are the people that will do things because they're not venting enough, right? So I think that that's why I would sympathize with like if Pizzagate was real and like just a big Joe Biden fest of like people doing really distasteful things like Joe Biden
Joe
does in
Biden
public.
fest. That's happening next year.
I think, by the way, I think the extreme end of rioting was really not helpful for trying to uncover, Derek, the dirty cops that Derek Chauvin were involved in, because the nightclub him and George Floyd were at burned down the first night of the riots, and the police precinct, which probably contains so much more evidence. And I mean, I thought the Fed should have immediately got involved and started investigating the department. But now this could all just I mean, Derek officer ex cop Chauvin is going to be crucified, and then that's going to be it.
Did you ever hear the Mencius Moldbug talk on Autistic Mercury when he talks about the black card? So
No,
imagine you're playing a soccer game, okay? And then someone fouls you like really hard. And so the referee comes and you're expecting him to pull out a red card, but he pulls out a card you've never seen before. And it's the black card. What the black card is the referee pulls out a gun and shoots you in the head. Right? Like, imagine scenarios when, like, did you see the Jinx? Like, the reason that, like, they had the top people at the police department, or what did they have? They had like an investigator in the police department that was able to like give them access to the files. So if you have like in the anime cartoon Death Note, where Kira had like access to like the police files and like the chief of police and all that kind of stuff. So if you have people like in The Departed with access to information, it can make investigating things very hard, because typically all you need to do to sabotage things is like make communication difficult. Like, you don't even have to like do anything other than just like interfere with clarity.
Yeah, well, in this case, everything got burned down. So, if feds wanted to investigate Derek Chauvin and further into the department with police corruption stuff, that could blow up things like Rampart. All of it's gone now.
I want to know
records.
What do you guys think of this thing?
Why do you think?
I hate those. I don't want to see.
Why are they making this spiral high?
Oh, I don't want to see the fucking the notches though. I got that phobia.
Do you think this is a random? Do you think this is a random thing? Or now this is me putting on a tinfoil hat. This is me putting on a tinfoil hat right now. I'm putting on a tinfoil hat right now. Do you think it's possible?
It's like Building 7.
Do you think it's possible that this was the result of like a human modified, like neurotropic or like parasite?
No, spirals are part of nature.
But
Spirals is like the inherent. It's one of the most inherent shapes in nature. A spiral.
It's like a coral reef. It looks like a coral reef.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. To be honest, Jules, I'm fine with this spiral beehive. I think it looks fine to me.
It seems pretty natural.
Yeah.
You think it's?
I think it's fine. No, I'm more concerned about things like that spiral on that trans kid in Times Square. Or that CD cover with Mowgli and Baloo with the spirals, like the triangle spirals.
Or the Saturn Helix.
What about the Mandarin Duck? What about the Mandarin Duck in Central Park? Like, don't you feel like it's how that Mandarin Duck showed up in Central Park was they took a Mandarin Duck?
I didn't know there was a Mandarin.
Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about, man.
There was a Mandarin Duck that's been put in Central Park. And the New York Times story is, look at this Mandarin Duck that's like only in China, which is now hanging out in Central Park. Like, how did it get there? Nobody knows. Like, do you think there's a chance that the person...
Fucking magnets, how do they work?
Right. Do you think someone took the duck, put it in the park, and then like either that inspired a story or they literally planted the story themselves?
I like what Fuck wrote. It escaped from Chinese restaurant.
It's very possible.
Wait, why we were talking about Pizzagate and
by the way, speaking
apparently,
of pizza,
I didn't know that. I didn't know this about the the precinct and the nightclub. It's total like Building 7 territory over here, because like the CIA had offices in Building 7.
Well, that is real. That's not a joke.
Yeah.
That's another one that's real. There are so like all right, I understand.
But I get what Verse is saying. It's not going to change it, obviously.
But I understand with like conspiracies being like averse to just like believing anything you hear. But some are not only a lot of things that are called conspiracies validated when FBI declassifies shit 50 years later. It's like some things are just so clearly real that it's like, why are you not trusting your gut intuition on some things when you see the evidence? Like, you know what I mean? Like some things are just clear as day. Like, yeah, that's real.
I think that there are people out there who accept it, but at the
Or-
same time, they are aware that we're not living in a perfect society. Something like these intelligence agencies that are blackmailing certain top officials for their own ends. What do we have to compare that to as far as other agencies in other countries, like other secret police? And is it possible that despite those problems, those same agencies may still be doing something, even if it doesn't appear to be that significant, that actually does end up helping us out? Like, if I were to be devil's advocate for all of this deep state stuff, could we make a point that, hey, maybe there are certain things, like, remember that movie The Good Shepherd with Robert De Niro?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there are certain things that were done back then to fight against the USSR that I say were valid, and I wouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Obviously, I want there to be less corruption, but it's like, compared to what? That's what I always say when it comes to America.
fundamentally against
Historically, you find yourself in issues with power when the symbolic power and like the actual power kind of fuse, right? So when you have like a king who's also like the religious leader, and you get like a tyrant, right? Similarly, when you can like create the narrative of society and also alter it with actual power, that's when you get issues. So I think that back when there was a separate, when like the university wasn't infiltrated with like commies and the CIA and like whatever was one thing, and like these powers were separate, then I could say that people were behaving more to benefit society. But it's kind of been all kind of conflated, and now it's more just a struggle for power versus having that same like altruistic behavior that it used to have.
Well, I really like the quote.
Power.
What?
Oh no, go ahead, Lev.
I was just going to say real quick, the quote from The Good Shepherd from Robert De Niro's character, who was kind of like the guy in charge of developing the OSS, turning into the CIA, was
Dulles?
that... Yeah, I don't know if that was Dulles who he was playing. I'm not sure. Maybe it was just like a fictionalized character that was based on Dulles. But one of his lines was that he wants the CIA to be America's mind, not its heart. So I think that goes back to what we were talking about. And this is actually where I would want to introduce Hero Alchemy, who has been very patient with us. And Hero, can we hear you? Because I don't know if you were able to speak.
Can you not hear me? Or...
Yes, I can hear you. Just want to make sure. And Hero, you have a bone to pick with Vers's statement from earlier on about about how he sees the social justice warriors in these elite institutions, where you think that this can create a pretty bad situation later on.
Oh, I mean, it's not so much a bone to pick as I think I'm... Possibly just because I'm a very paranoid person, I think that progressives are already running the culture. So I think the threat of, the so-called SJWs getting into institutions, I think that's already just going to happen because progressivism is the dominant culture at the moment. It's just like the next step of things. I don't think that it is very fair to say that, oh, well, right now they're kind of like mob rule because they're in colleges and that's where all of this stuff is stemming from. But once they get out into the real world, I think it's just going to be kind of more of the same, and it's just going to expand as we go along.
But how are things in the 60s though? But how are
Sorry?
things, to play devil's advocate, how are things in the 60s, like the late 60s? There were a lot of radicals back then, but then eventually they grew up and they started, I mean, some of them remained.
That's
what
what caused the problems we have right now.
Yeah.
We are in the end result of that.
I agree with you because I've been watching. There's a thing that happens with like every society when like a new power kind of shows up, they start to rewrite history and like take down old statues and destroy all art. And watching all the people take down the Confederate statues and destroy people and cancel retroactively, that makes me think that, yeah, you're right, that it is just the official paradigm now.
Yeah,
like, you don't get away with that if you're not.
But not
correct.
even like just Confederate. Like they went after the what is it? So I have the ink bottle right here because the guy I buy ink from is based in Red Pill. The 54th Massachusetts, they went after that statue and defaced it. And that's like the World War II monument in Washington, right? Isn't
Yeah,
it?
they're doing it everywhere.
Well, what was the
Which makes
story
me
that
think-
came out today that they were going to rename bases in the South, try to get
Mhm.
rid of the names of Confederate generals or whatever it was?
Hmm.
That was the thing that came
Exactly.
out today.
No, but
Yeah,
did you
which-
see this
na-
one tweet that was really popular, where it said like, even though it's bad that you ruin teenagers' lives for saying something racist, but they become racist lawyers and doctors and professors.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Here's the thing. My theory is that I don't want to give up too much because this is a forthcoming article in the American Sun. Just a shameless plug.
Ooh.
But basically, my theory is that it's total like what Pareto said about elites. That like one form of elite is basically becoming disenfranchised and weak and powerless, and that the new elite is going to come and take up the mantle finally. Because it seems that the police is like really the only elite that hasn't fully, for whatever reason, embraced the current paradigm. So now instead of power being accentuated through like the brute force, it's going to become like at the behest of like social workers and things of that nature. They basically want what is, educated like diversity enforcers to become the new police force.
Yeah,
And
they're
so
gonna get
to me-
drop kicked and it's over. That's how that's
yeah,
gonna work.
but
Like,
I mean, I
there's
get
The
no
social worker-
I'll tell you right now, I'm not like a criminal per se, but like there's not a single social worker that I've ever seen that could stop me from doing anything.
yeah, I've known a few, and it's
The social worker is
Yeah.
there to calm you down while the criminal gets away with your stuff.
Yeah, exactly. But
But that's the
I-
thing. A lot of these people, they've never dealt with like people in the working classes, the working poor. And full disclosure, like, I mean, I get their argument. I've read that part of that Angela Davis book about why you want to get at the root reasons as to why people become criminals. But then it's just the same old SJW, like, for lack of a better term, SJW bullshit about, well, racism, homophobia, all the isms, all the phobes. It's like then you're just be creating a total red guard. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mean to sound like a boomer, but yeah, sorry I cut you off first. But
No, I mean, I agree. My only, I guess it might be just me being hopeful, is that this is more so like a symptom of like a falling empire, and less so the direction the actual like power is heading towards. Because I have a very hard time believing, as someone who's very online, as the rest of you are, the online scape is not the same as what the IRL meat space is like. It's not like SGW energy is like heavily on the TVs. It's heavily on like the blue checks and like the politics, but online is a different entity entirely, and it's not.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't have the power, which makes me think that society is not actually heading that way. That's just more of a symptom of the fall of American empire, and not really a testament to what the future power structure will look like. That makes sense.
But that's the thing. It could be that the normies are the force of the normie, the eternal normie, is becoming such that you can't escape it, and that it just seems that now in the fourth year of the Trumpenreich, it's become apparent that they want to.
I like that.
Yeah,
Only.
Uber Trumpenführer. It just seems that now they're taking the mask off, and I mean, there was even protests near where I lived, and it's really crazy seeing people that you've known your whole life that were not particularly political posting the black square and things like that, because I think they've managed to normalize, not just normalize, but that's the classic trick of liberalism, is that it pretends that it's not an ideology, that it's just the order of things, and everything else is an ideology, therefore everything else is bad.
So backwards.
I know a bunch of
Yeah.
people that posted Black Square, and I can guarantee none of them are familiar with Saturn's black cube. Okay.
Also
and
true.
I, and
But
I
also-
and also, so
That's the whole idea,
There's-
though. They
there's a
shouldn't be
black
familiar with
square-
it.
There's a black square on my Instagram from when I joined Culture with Lev with our Acculturate.
That's got 3 crosses
and that
in it.
was
The
a
crosses
coincidence.
cancel
Lev
out the.
designed that.
Oh,
Okay.
I
liturgy
posted a
of
black
sent
logo.
that over.
I
When
posted
Lev
the
sent
black
that
logo
over to
on
me
Instagram.
and I posted it, he wasn't thinking, oh, this is what is it, Metatron's cube, Saturn's cube? There's no way.
No, Metatron is based. Metatron is great.
Like that was, but that's the
Right.
thing. This is how when you actually examine.
So
it,
I want
mean,
to talk about this conspiracy stuff, and then I'm just going to stop talking. The thing is, the reason why this conspiracy stuff is healthy to talk about is because it's a very good, strong tug of war position for populism, right? As in, if you need a mass of people to try to get freedom of information type stuff, it's helpful. The problem is if you have a bunch of epistemological rot and a bunch of people believing things because they feel like it or they want to, and they don't have any kind of discernment, and it's just a clusterfuck, like ego stroking masturbation, then it's I actually don't think it's really a good tug of war position at all. It's more like you've got one side is like, did you ever see that clip of like 3 men trying to tug of war against one lion, right? And now imagine if instead of everyone pulling in the same direction, you had people like pulling in all sorts of tangential directions versus like one really strong focused pull, right? I think it's important depending on the space. Like we kind of have a tabloidy barbershop vibe and we just freewheel and roll with it. But I do think that I think some people don't understand all the optics of how this stuff really impacts your life. You don't want to be a kook. You don't want to be a fringe.
Yeah, but everyone's a kook nowadays. I mean.
Yeah, there's no centralized. What makes this all fun is that there's no we no longer can have a centralized narrative anymore, which is
Russiagate is a normie kook conspiracy theory. Russiagate itself is a normie.
Yeah.
What about QAnon? Would QAnon also be in the same?
It's definitely boomer tier.
Very boomer, conservative tier kind of.
No, granted, no, it's just boomer tier. I can't even I don't
know. We need to pull in.
Christians, so
we need to pull in Logo de Atlas right here to defend QAnon.
Logo knows the QAnon deeds.
No, but I think
Drew Tang knows it too.
Yeah, I think that there is a dominant narrative. It's just that dominant narrative is sort of a nominal one because most people probably don't really believe it. But I don't. It's easy to get blackpilled to see recent events and to see the absolute hysteria over this thing. But then who knows if this is truly an organic event, because this is where the conspiracy mindset comes from. Because no way, in my opinion, that there isn't some kind of severe algorithmic promotion or botting going on with a lot of these comments from like less than 1,000 follower accounts that get like so much traction, right? Or it could just you don't want to believe that like the K-pop stands in the black Twitter is like a certain way. You know what I mean? It's like no fucking way this many people use Twitter this constantly, except for weirdos like us. So it seems to me that it's too convenient and it's a bit too like they tried other things. You know what I mean? Like this isn't my point. This is if you ever watch the guy who does the prison videos, Big Herc, he was saying this recently about how they tried this one thing, then they tried the two racist father and son killing the black guy, then they tried the UFO thing and that didn't stick. It seems 2020, the new decade, has become the decade of the psyop. Not that the previous decades weren't.
No, that is definitely the vibe.
Just blatant.
Yeah.
But
who knows about Corona, right? If the cases don't spike, then we probably know that outdoor transmission isn't as virulent as they wanted to say.
It always was. That one's been a psyop. I think the only legitimacy to that one is that they were scared that it might have been a bioweapon, which probably was. And you can't just tell the nation like, hey, China attacked us accidentally with a bioweapon, so you have to stay inside. So you have to come up with some bullshit. But that's my
full disclosure. Like I'm still deeply paranoid. I'm still pretty much like a shut-in.
Yes,
I haven't worn a mask in public in a long time.
There is one thing I would like to do though. I have a doctor who I personally know who was in Brooklyn who has been putting all the protective clothing on and treating the people. So I want to get him in here to talk about his experiences. Well, we got to get him in here and talk about his side of the story.
Do you know what he said? What does he say? I mean, obviously as a healthcare worker, he has.
Yeah,
to.
well, people. I don't know what the state right now is because he also got sick. I guess he also got coronavirus. I don't know, but
Oh,
either way, he
fuck.
was there for a long time and taking care of a lot of the people who were coming in. So it was a pretty big deal, at least according to him. And
No, I agree. It definitely existed. I don't
Yeah.
think it was like completely fake. I know someone who, like multiple people who were afflicted with it. I just
But-
think it was the story was a
I
psyop.
think the there's also kind of like a theory. There's different strands of the coronavirus.
Yeah, and they
if you
released it
were-
to neutralize. That's the one Paul theory. Yeah.
And the thing is, like, if you get 2 of them at the time, that's when it's fatal, and that's why New York, like cities that are so packed and on top of each other. That's the reason why it's so deadly there than it is when it hits out in the suburbs. Like places like very metropolitan Italy where everything's stacked. That's where you hit where the body numbers hit. It's because there's these 2 strands of coronavirus in actuality, and if you were to get 2 of them, both of them, you get infected by both of them. That's how it kills you.
Well,
Or
that's
how
yeah.
Or if you're like, I don't know.
Or there could be a genetic component to it, because why is it that Northern
Well-
Italy gets hit hard and Iran gets hit hard, and now Brazil is getting hit hard?
It could also just be whacking those people and blaming it on coronavirus.
I mean, there's all kinds of. You see, that's the thing. We live in a very alienated world with the internet. We have all this information, but it's all kind of decentralized, and we're also kind of safely shut away from that. And I think that's also something that perpetuates a lot of different crazier conspiracy theories about, those people aren't really dying from that. They're dying from, they're just being declared to have.
Oh, it's
COVID.
info overload, totally. I mean, did you see the recent? I hate to be so referential to Twitter, because I feel like people that are normies that don't, like, we're in a little sphere and we reference each other like we're jerking each other. But did you see the recent Maya tweet? That was pretty on fire. Let me go ahead and talk. I'll find it for you guys.
Well, one
Okay.
thing I wanted to quickly mention, by the way, before I forget about K-pop, is that I really wish there were a lot more people like Delicious Tacos in the K-pop standing sphere. They don't talk about the sexuality of these girls enough. Not at all.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree.
it's more of like a Yas Queen Slay type of energy, which is very disappointing to me because, these are very sexy looking chicks out there dancing and wearing
They are
really nice
sexy.
outfits. So
Do people talk about? I don't feel like people don't talk about the fact that K-pop is nationalized in Korea enough. It's like
K-pop
no, for real.
stands might be the only people worse than communists.
Yeah.
Why
J-pop,
are they
however,
so
is based.
woke?
I mean,
Why are they
I'm
so
Korean. I'm actually Korean, and yeah, I've always hated a lot of Korean pop music. But
J-pop is
What's
based.
what's this connection between
No,
the
it's
woke
not.
stuff and the Black Lives Matter and the K-pop stands? Like, why are they?
Well, I gave you my take on Twitter on that a few days ago,
I
G.
forgot.
I said that their lives are so vapid and this stuff is so empty to them that they have to fill their lives with something meaningful. So why not
I
that? It's
agree.
popular.
Well, if we were to reference the Unabomber manifesto, what the Unabomber Uncle Ted talked about in relation to leftists, he said feelings of inferiority. We mean not only inferiority in the strict sense, but a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feeling of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc.
And they all
I
think
agree.
about power. The difference between the left and the right is like the left frames everything in terms of power. They think
You
it's
see,
all
when you
power
got-
dynamics. They think it's all
Rest in
power dynamic.
power. Rest in
They're
power.
obsessed with it, right? And the problem is with people that don't think about power like that and don't think that's the frame, you can get caught up in it just by like wanting to have an agreeable life with people that think like that. Do you know what I mean?
Green grocer
Like
paradox.
you can just
I believe
kind of
it's called.
want to chill, right? And then or you can just want to be like constructive in government, but then it's like, oh, if you're too constructive, then you're not doing the power dynamics. It's a fucking mind rot religion, right? And people, I think sometimes it's just it disheartens me whenever I hear this stuff from the Brookings Institute, or I hear this stuff espoused by the leading postmodernist philosophers, or I'll watch some of
By the way,
Instagram live stories, and they'll just say it's all about power. It's power dynamics, right? And I think that these people are just ignorant.
But
By
they're
the way,
kind of right in a way. I mean,
Ted Kaczynski wrote that about like kind of the feelings of power, and the whole his screed on leftism. He actually got a lot of that. That's a lot of that is derived from reading Eric Hoffer. He explicitly references Eric Hoffer's The True Believer, but he got a lot of those ideas from that. I highly recommend.
What's The True Believer about?
Oh, well, Eric Hoffer wrote, because he grew up in a time, he was German, and he grew up in that, he kind of understood why, the rise of the Nazis happened, he also understood why the rise of, the Bolsheviks happened in Russia. These modern type of almost hysterical like mob power driven, political parties rising to power and taking things over and going to war. And that's the Eric Hoffer's, he basically, his book is basically kind of like the first part of Ted Kaczynski's manifesto on leftism.
Interesting. Well, this is actually something I wanted to ask you guys about in relation to the health of the elites, because before we were talking about it all seems to go into this dark path, but what if I were to offer a counterpoint of these elites that we have today, they see all these trends, and in a way maybe they want to control those trends and time them in such a way as for people to let off steam and then forget about it. For example, we had that protest, the anti-gun protest with Emma Gonzalez and David Hogg, and from what I understand, people bought more guns afterwards, and it's not like any act was passed from that protest. It was like, people got out, they cried, and then they went back home. So is there any possibility to what I'm saying here?
Well, those were more the gun lover type guys thinking, shit, there's going to be this mass hysteria of sweeping anti-gun legislation, so I'm going to fucking buy my share before they get banned out of the stores.
Sure, but what I mean is afterwards we didn't have any policy that was passed which made it harder for people to get guns. So could it be that a lot of these things, even though we're seeing a lot of chaos, could be a version of let baby have his bottle? And
no, I mean,
yeah, but America's
California,
a different place.
California, but in terms of California, or blue state areas, they were passing more like anti-gun legislation. They were passing red flag laws, and
but you got to get a 3D printer.
So people had to, if I was living in a very democratic controlled area, like I totally understood, why the panic buying started to happen.
By the way, I found the Maya tweet. That's really fire. I think it's good. Okay, so as the weird consumes the real, conspiracies bleed into reality. Belief is the self-organizer of truth, and its production is catalyzed by hyper-networking, coaxed by algorithms. You will live to see all conspiracies. Yes, all conspiracies vindicated. Wow, that's powerful.
Right.
You got to do her audiobook. If Maya ever comes out with an audiobook,
yeah,
you got to be the narrator.
I'll do it. Yeah. No, but I think it's powerful because it's kind of true. It just seems that there is a hyperstitional quality to what we're seeing, and that it's the more you meme it, the more you talk about it, the more you put it out there. It just magic, dude.
Thoughts are power.
Is Lord Zeno gonna come back though? Is Lord Zeno gonna come back? That's one.
Maybe, you never know. I mean, apparently BAP said that Menaquan 4 is gonna come back soon, so who knows? Maybe it'll be.
But you guys don't take what I'm saying as being as possible. And look, I'm not holding.
What do you mean?
I'm not holding
the elite though. What do you?
Okay, so what I mean by this is, let's say in England could have gone in a different direction where it could have become a communist dictatorship. But the elites ended up passing certain social reforms in the early 20th century, which calmed people down. So my take, and I'm not holding on to this, with my bare hands, you are free to completely destroy my vision here, but I want to bring it in here just for comparison's sake. What if a lot of these things we're seeing right now with woke capital and the social justice stuff coming from these very influential coastal elites, It's just their way of managing the situation and letting the steam come out so that it's a phase that passes, and then, they could move on to doing whatever the hell they're doing, but it would still be better than living under some dictatorship.
Yeah, it seems like
no, I
Bezos
think that it's like it's one of those things where, like, if a corporation or if like any one of the powers is like promoting something, it's ineffective, right? Like, the only reason why, if it was any threat to power, they would never promote it. So woke capital's trash, Black Lives Matter's trash. None of it's real, right? Now it does appease. I think you're right in that it appeases the populace, and they feel like they're doing something. Just like, changing your profile picture seems like it's a political statement, but you've done absolutely zero. And it also has, and all it does is allow people to virtual signal, and they get to feel better about themselves, and then, move on with their day, right? But I wouldn't say that it's a very conscious decision to like let people steer people away from what needs to be done. I think it's just it's easy. I guess I do agree with you, actually, because it's just like it's so trivial that you might as well let people think that they're doing something.
Well, what are the two directions here?
It makes the productive energy misfire. So
yeah, that's
if
what
you have like productive energy that could be used if you clearly diagnose a situation, is a lot different than if you kind of use purposefully obscure language to create arguments about semantics instead of like just the granular reality.
We are manifesting something like the defunding of police, and I do agree that the military, the police are too militarized, but it's really interesting what the consequences of that will be, because everyone has.
Black Lives Matter has grown on me. Black Lives Matter has grown on me more and more, because I've seen that you need tolerance in some respects, as in like you don't want to be tolerant of the tolerant, like Karl Popper would say, but also like Nassim Taleb would say in Skin in the Game, like the most intolerant minority wins, right? As in, that's really how you change things, is generally it's just the most intolerant minority makes everyone else change, right? So if you have like an unacceptable system that is miring people in ways that it shouldn't, like, I think that is productive frustration. And if that frustration can be channeled into constructive conversations so that we can get very specific and diagnose these problems, like, that is how democracy works. Democracy is not just about voting. Democracy is it's the talking.
What's the immediate proposal is defunding the police, but when people say defund the police, what's the, like, what are the immediate consequences of that? What are they defunding? Because are they going to, they're probably just going to gut forensics labs. They're probably going to gut, they're not going to like take away the cops and their guns, when they say this kind of stuff.
Well, don't they want to replace the cops with social workers? And I'm also curious about Vers's take on this. Verse, you are living right in the epicenter of what's going on, from what I understood. Like, there was some protests going on nearby. So what's your view on all this?
I think that the NYPD is probably the best trained police force in the country, right? So they pretty much de-escalated things fairly quickly, and sure, there was riots, but they generally, like, I went to the actual riots just to see what they were like. They generally just let it happen, and if anything got a little too crazy, they just like blared their sirens a little bit and then continued to like move people in the direction they wanted. Like, I watched them set up barriers and move, and like literally like it was Snake, move the crowd in the direction they wanted. Like, they cleared the roads. There was no one on the street. They steered the crowd into like dead ends. They steered them into like streets that had other people there. Like, it was completely, like, the crowd felt like they were doing something. They felt like they were destroying correct things. But if you were there, you notice they only were able to walk on streets that had like major corporate businesses that had complete insurance. And like, the cops never let it get anywhere out of hand. And they were always there. And if anyone began to even get slightly out of hand, they would just like all show up all at once and like arrest some people and then let the crowd continue. And like if people harass the cops are just like, yeah, keep going, right? So like it seems this is more of this whole like productive energy being put to absolute no use, right? It makes people feel better. You know, it lets out some steam. It's like a pressure valve, but nothing occurs. Like the actual movement is fairly vapid, right? There's no real like actionable results that are ever going to happen. There's no real issue to begin with. It's the people who are mostly who talk the loudest are like middle class, like white women who have nothing to do with anything. Like you don't really see black dudes ever talking like in major positions of power in BLM. Not since like Trayvon in 2016.
Well, it was founded by a black woman, right? Black Lives Matter.
It's not a. It's more of like a social position than it is a actionable movement, and it's actually beginning to tire on me as the years have gone on. I will admit that in college when it first started, I was there. Like I went to a lot of the protests and did all the stuff like that. Like whatever, like 5-6 years ago. But like since then, I'm like, this is stupid. Y'all are like being distracted by nonsense. And
I think, but the DC protests are getting kind of antsy, kind of dangerous, because I mean, it seems like the local government wants to see the protesters turn more into the rioters, and then try to get on the fucking White House lawn, and kind of make the Trump admin move in terms of laying down the law, so to speak, so they could probably see some kind of Kent State massacre 2 happen.
They're not going to massacre anybody. It's just. I mean, I've had many takes on BLM over the last few weeks. Like I feel like I have a fairly nuanced view, but it's mostly like noise. This is like the epitome of noise. This I've never seen. This is more noise than Occupy Wall Street was.
I mean, I'll tell you this, right? And coming from from a perspective from LA, these riots, protests in LA right now, I mean, it was nothing like the 92 riots. 92 riots were, kind of like apocalypse. I lived off of Ardmore in 92 as a kid, and like all the cars there were on fire. Like you didn't see the lights, you just saw like orange out the window because of the cars that were set on fire due to the arson, the mass.
Think of it this way. I agree. Yeah, I'm with you too. But think of it this way. This is the first time ever that everyone is rioting and everyone agrees. Like typically there's a conflict but right now all the businesses are pro the riots. All the people have the same idea. Like this doesn't happen in the internet age. Why is it that tens of thousands of people are all in agreement and the business is getting destroyed? That's not a real thing. It's
it's a history.
In Santa, okay, but like the thing is the looters, they're also been a lot smarter and orchestrated like their targets a lot better. So like places like Santa Monica.
I was there. There's no orchestration. It's just
in LA. In LA right now.
No, I was in New York City one day.
Oh, no.
I have video.
I'm just saying in LA, right? In LA, they like Santa like during the '92 riots, it was just Koreatown that just got on fire and everything just like got looted. So in LA, the more like the flash mobs that would hit stores, hit retail stores. They were hitting Santa Monica in the West Side almost as quickly as they were hitting kind of like the central Beverly Grove area, like the central LA area, and like South Central, what was quiet. It didn't get hit much at all, and also people immediately just realized, okay, the LAPD cannot be depended on. So as soon as the riot, the word of rioting and looting started happening, Mexican business owners came out with their guns. Old salty Korean business owners in South Central came out with their guns. It was the ones in businesses on the West Side kind of caught with their pants down, like expecting the cops to do something, but they were pretty ineffective. But yeah, so I mean that's kind of my take from observing LA.
The Black Lives Matter stuff, I think the thing. So even though I'm sympathetic to, and I'll take the side of like you need the situational awareness of like understand the context of what they're saying, and like of course all lives matter. Like you don't say, oh no, it's all lives matter. Like when the circumstance is like it's messaging that's specifically addressing systemic problems that are uh, harming Black communities, right? I guess that's like the intention of the messaging, right? And I think that then there are people who believe they have valuable information and wisdom to share, and they wish they could clear speak to people that would otherwise reject like what they would consider adversarial information, right? As in, people are more likely to take bad advice from a good friend than good advice from a perceived opponent. So if you have someone like, and a lot of people have been like conditioned to believe that the older you get, like the more and more you just kind of like stay in like a particular circle. Like you're either in a blue circle or you're in a red circle. Like maybe you're in an independent circle and it's apolitical, but typically it's not as common, or so we're told, for people of all stripes, all colors, all political affiliations, just like what have you, to be freely conversing and engaging in the like the sex of ideas.
But I'm seeing less of a sex of ideas and more of like the sparrows from Game of Thrones. Like that's so when I see people who are lying down like on their knees or lying down on their back like in a mass demonstration, there's something very eerie to me about that, which I don't think talks about how they care. I think it seems like a very ego-driven thing where people want to show how pure they are in comparison to those who don't do these various genuflections. And I don't think that purity spiral would lead to anything good.
So I would hope that we don't give that vibe, because I honestly think that like Levin Jules, like Kantbot, Autistic Mercury, like all these kind of people, like talking about lupin proles or whatever. I think that I think that it's very important not to project, right?
By the way, I refuse
if you want to say like, oh, like I would have a lot more respect for like a high sparrow if he was like, yeah, I want to like create a high sparrow situation and have like a bunch of people. So like if we have to like do citizens arrests of people in government or something, like we'll have the numbers to do that. I don't think that's what the Black Lives Matter people are. I think it's completely disorganized, and I think there's no real comparison. But I do think it's unsettling. I don't think it's nearly as disturbing as some of the people I know that I imagine watching this program.
I know.
Okay, so go ahead.
No, Hero, go for it.
So I would kind of break this down into two things in terms of the riots and things like that. That is definitely an outburst that's what I would consider to be opportunistic anarchists just looking to upend, commercial society. In terms of the protests and how this is viewed, to me, this is more of a them trying to write the history thing. You guys are very right in the sense that like, okay, what is this changing? Are they just letting off steam? Are they whatever they're doing? Maybe it is really ineffective. We don't really know until all of this settles down and ends. The thing is, though, what I'm concerned about is this playing they're looking to control the history of this. My concern is, what effect does this have on the history books? What effect does this have in terms of how the elites, people in media and in education, are going to relay this information to the future generations, and how that's going to control their perception of reality? That's what my concern is. In terms of, and Jules, something I want to push back on a little bit, I'm probably going to get a lot of flack for this, but in terms of BLM having a valid case with things like this, I'm with the idea that we don't want to see police brutality. We don't want to see the police being overly aggressive where it's unnecessary. The thing is, and this just might be me being a bit more pro-police than most people, these are the vast minority of cases, especially in Black communities where there are so many confrontations with police officers. I don't think this is especially a problem over there. I think the media is just highlighting those to get people riled up.
I think there's something very disturbing about the divide and conquer strategy that is not even done by just governments, but it's like the little finger strategy of like turn people against each other, spread some gossip, spread some mistrust, like,
Well, I mean, this
play
is we're gonna.
victim
This seems.
and,
Wait.
and basically use that to create an environment that's easy for you to rise in is a much different strategy than like just like basically just trying to like not being so egotistical and like competitive, right? Like
Judge.
plenty
Okay,
of room
so-
for everybody.
So I think the end result with the defunding, and they're actually being successful with this. It's already happened. Like apparently, the city council of Minneapolis decided to disband Minneapolis PD. I think that's also kind of like. I mean, I think the surreptitiously the secret reasoning why is also to cover up a Minneapolis PD scandal, a rampant corruption scandal, but a possible, or have it possibly not blow open, but like I think the end result would be the defunding of police can result in, but it's probably going to result in these more like privatized security of neighborhoods. Neighborhoods will be segregated again. White flight is going to be again an inevitable. Even more white flight will be an inevitable consequence.
I think it's going to be
Like
worse than
South
that
Africa.
personally.
And I think we're also. I mean, when you look at like if you consider the fact that Minneapolis PD is now as corrupt as LAPD and NYPD, the Brazilification of America might be already complete. So you're going to just have the situation of low income ethnic neighborhoods becoming kind of cordoned off, where the ruling the people who kind of police the society are going to be the rival gangs themselves, just like Brazilian favelas. And the police then they'll have the richer neighborhoods will just have their own privatized security, so on and so forth. The cops are just going to be kind of they're going to be there as like a minimum, like a law and justice order.
But then would you
they'll-
really want to live in that kind of neighborhood, or would you, let's
Do I have
say,
a choice?
move somewhere?
We have a choice.
Well, you would have a choice as far as, I don't know, moving to Utah with the Mormons or something. Like I'm sure that people would want to live in communities that are not going to be destabilized in such a way. No, I don't know.
Immigration's going to make sure that's impossible. I guarantee you that.
What, to the Mormons?
To
Yeah,
any
but who
community in America.
Yeah, but who knows?
but-
Maybe maybe Jeb Bush is right, and the Mexicans are natural conservatives, and
Oh,
and
yeah.
that,
I mean, it's still gonna be-
the alt-right as a Latinx movement, and that we
Oh,
could
yeah.
possibly convert them.
It's gonna be Brazil. I mean, the Brazilification's already happening. So, I mean, we're just gonna live with that. We're just gonna live with this.
But see, here's the thing: I don't think it's total Brazilification.
no, it
because-
won't. It'll be just a more Anglo Brazil.
No, but the reason I say that is because a lot of Wignats they throw around the term Brazilification. I think that to an extent it's right to one extent, but people are discounting the amount of ethnic and not ethnic, but the amount of civil pride that Brazilians still have towards each other. They still have
Yeah.
they have a level of patriotism that probably is even, I would argue, higher than even the U.S. Because the thing is, but Brazil also has this weird cultural paradigm where they idolize American culture, and their consumer trends reflect this. So it's really sort of weird.
Actually,
comparison.
I mean, Europe. Most of Europe is like that too. You see, if
I wouldn't say that they don't.
if you're
they
no.
don't idolize.
If you're a white nationalist, you're gonna get blackpilled realizing that most of Western European nationalism is pathologically Canadian nationalism. It's
no,
basically-
it's like
it's basically
yeah.
we're not America, even though we always keep our eyes on America. We always talk about America. Most of our cultural influence has just become absorbed by America. That it's just like this.
You
love
live
it,
rent
love-
free in your heads.
Yeah, live
Yeah, that
rent free,
is-
love-hate
yeah, you're
relationship.
right.
That's what Western European nationalism is now. Is basically a pathological de facto Canadian-style nationalism. We're not America. Look at us. We're not America. Like, okay, that's it. Like, not being America is your,
Yeah, that's some kind of weird insecurity stuff when it's like
Yeah.
your identity is about signaling how you're not something else's identity.
That's the Canadian identity right there. That's 100%. That is just Canada. It's like we're not America. We hate America.
I'm sorry,
That's-
Gio.
Time to
Yeah.
new Canada. Time to new Canada.
Day of the rake. Day of the rake. I'm fucking serious. It's like if you ask the average, unless you go to like a really like more rural small town place where there's more conservative people, if you ask anyone within Canada's most populous places like Toronto, Vancouver, Montreal, it's basically like, okay, what is a Canadian? Oh, I'm not American. There you go. It really is. There was this great article once I highly recommend in First Things, I believe it was First Things magazine, where it's called, just search Canadian national identity in First Things, and it's about how Canada has built a sort of, like Justin Trudeau said, a post-national country, but really it's a postmodern identity in that it's an identity of an absence. It's a kneel of an identity, in that they are not America. They are basically, imagine like in New York or California, like the most progressive quadrants of America. But imagine that being more like haughty and hipsterish, and basically a lot of Canadian major cities are almost carbon copies of like New York or San Francisco or whatever.
Well, I
Basically
noticed.
less cool.
Oh,
With
sorry. I
more
noticed.
weed smoke in the air, of course. But
I noticed one thing in that video. You remember the video of the anti-abortion protesters being confronted by this guy who did a roundhouse kick and knocked the lady down?
yeah, that guy.
So that was in Canada, and that was that he and the girl who was next to him, they had like next level color coding where they had like blue and purple, not just the hair but also the outfits that they wore. It just looked like a Pokemon evolution of whatever it is that we have over here in the States.
That's not abnormal to me. That's just everyone I see downtown at this point. I don't really see that as all that abnormal.
Hero, where are you from, by the way? Where are you? where'd you come
Silicon
from?
Valley.
Are you in San Francisco, or are you just literally
No.
in Sacramento? Are you in Sacktown?
No, South Bay.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, there's a South Bay in LA as well, but all right. Just,
The Bay Area, South
Yeah,
Bay around
that's
there. I
it,
don't want to
South
get
Bay,
too much more
yeah.
specific than that.
okay.
I think, yeah.
No, it's but that
but
that's
I think
the evil place. That's the
Yeah,
I think
it is.
Americans also, they don't realize how good they have it relative to like what Exiled was saying about like Central Europe. I mean, for example, in Ireland, I was watching this one video where, did you know that kid that got beat up, the 15-year-old? He
The guy who got stabbed, huh?
yeah, the guy he didn't get beat up. He got
God.
stabbed, but he's severely stabbed, beat up in the hospital. Did you know that Irish nationalists, they made a GoFundMe. They raised $10,000 for him, and fucking Antifa actually had the GoFundMe pulled. GoFundMe pulled the actual fund to give
That's
to this
unsurprising.
kid, and it's like, this is level of evil that you can't even imagine. You know what I mean?
Well, there's also been a lot of hoax GoFundMe pages, too.
Yeah, but
With
that's,
like
of
people
course
that are
yeah.
the protesters that were killed or injured in these past prior weeks, and they have nothing to do with the actual person that got hospitalized, and guys are just they're just basically pulling in money and taking the GoFundMe and shit like that and just disappearing.
But this is what I mean. This is the importation of American-style race politics to the rest of the world. Sorry, the exporting of it. Because Ireland, I mean, look at the history of Ireland. I mean, they were basically enslaved and oppressed and famined and all of this for thousands of years. And
Well, the Irish finally became white, bro. The Irish.
Yeah,
finally
well, like
became
us
white.
Italians, it's been a total disaster.
Yeah.
I resent the fact that as an Italian, as a paisan, that I have to pretend that I'm white. This is terrible. I hate.
I
I don't
can
get
one up
any
you
of the
on that,
point.
Gio.
What?
I can one up you on that, Gio.
Are you
when
Jewish? You're Jewish? Nah.
No.
I'm Jewish.
When I was growing up and going to schools, I got beat up weekly because I was the only white kid, and I'm Italian. So I would be like, "What the hell are you talking about? My grandparents were the fishermen and the
Where'd
garbage
you
man.
grow
What the
up?
hell?"
You're
Where'd
my
you grow up?
people. What are you
Silicon Valley.
But did you go to an Oakland school? Is that what happened?
No. That's just how things were when I was growing up. It was people screaming gringo at me and then beating me up every week. That was just everyday life from middle school through high school.
Oh, so
Yeah.
your school was like full of Hispanics and they beat you up?
Hispanics and Asians, yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, you were
but
just
I
a
mean,
nerd
as
though.
as a
You're
med,
probably,
probably
just a nerdy kid. And
A little bit, but
Exactly.
but it was explicitly racial. They were, these.
I know, but
Yeah,
boys are gonna be like that. They're just gonna.
No, I know. I'm just saying. My point was more of the fact that I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm Italian.
You should have
we were
said you were
immigrants.
Argentinian. Here's what you should have done. You should have said like, nah, I'm Argentinian. I'm Hispanic, and then like told the children because I know I've known.
He gets asked to speak Spanish.
I've grown up in like Hispanic. I've known Hispanic neighborhoods too.
Yeah.
And like the more Hispanic kids just got like the Hispanic kids that were more white acting. They were the more hipster kind of kids.
Oh, they got beat up too over here.
They got beat up too with being by the cholo kids.
Yeah.
They're the ones really more into the whole masculine aspect. I mean, they weren't, but they were just more of like saying, "Oh, you're just a emo fag." Like, actually, that's happening in fucking, Mexico.
Yeah. The thing is, every time I fought back, I got pulled into the office and threatened. The other guys just always got off scot-free.
Oh my god.
It was hell.
But doesn't this also tell us something about that?
There
There is room in any kind of society for, let's say, the nerds, and not like the gangsters, to be able to take part in it regardless of what color of skin they happen to be. Like, let's say with busing. I remember I went to Catholic school right around the end of the busing program, and there were kids who were in my school who were like beating other kids up, and it was pretty bad. But at the same time, if there's like a nerdy black kid who comes from a bad neighborhood, it's like, why should he live among the thugs if they're if he wants to do something else, if he wants to get out? That would be the ideal state, at least for me, where it doesn't matter where you come from. If you want to get to a different level than whatever ghetto you happen to be born in, by all means.
That's the thing. All the Asian nerdy kids, they all got off fine. Nobody went and attacked them. That's the thing. This was, I would say, primarily.
You didn't hang out with white. I knew a gay white.
I wasn't allowed to hang out with the nerds. They didn't like me either.
Why didn't the nerds like you?
Because I was white.
You sure about that, dude? I mean,
Yes.
I'm saying. I'm just
Don't you notice how they push to the forefront? And this was a point I believe that Perfume Nationalist came up with, about how he called it like the Danny Glover sort of phenomenon, where a lot of these Black Lives Matter or whatnot activists, they tend to be, what's the word? Even like the New York Times are using this word, white presenting. Like they have to be like of mixed race, or they have to have a certain image that's sort of like not true, quote unquote, true to the
before the George Floyd video blew up, also the other controversy was the liberal dog mom versus the Negro bird watcher in New York, and she called in the black guy. She called the police saying, "There's an African American wearing a bicycle helmet. Wearing a bicycle helmet. Oh my God, he's saving my life!" And you can see her on that whole like drastic, drama queen voice. I mean, it was totally put on, and it was kind of really cringe and gross, like watching the video. But and she could have just avoided it all if she just fucking leashed her fucking dog. But that was also the big blow up, because you could totally tell she was weaponizing identity. To get to fucking sick the police on this.
Yeah,
I think that's such a crazy pathology that they treat their animal like their kid. Like, I love my cat, too, but it's like, white women and dogs. Never mind.
By the way, guys.
Never mind.
By the way, one quick thing I wanted to say. Fuck is saying, why is segregation wrong? It's rational. One retort that I would give to that is, recently, a couple of days ago, it was the birthday of Alexander Pushkin, who I would say is responsible for what we know today as the modern Russian language. And his grandfather was this kid from somewhere in Africa who was brought as a present for Alexander the Great, and Alexander the Great adopted him like as a son.
A literal token.
But the point is that this guy was smart, and he was able to rise through the ranks, and it's like, the point here is that his grandson, Alexander Pushkin, was responsible for the Russian language as we know it. So if you're talking about Russian culture, Russian literature, that is the kind of person who I would look
Pushkin
to.
was killed, wasn't he?
In the duel.
Yeah.
over a woman.
You were just talking about segregation. Like, why isn't segregation wrong? Like, what's
Well,
the
Hero would have
scale? Like,
appreciated it.
I don't know what the thing is. Just like
You're right,
I'm
Gio.
I'm gonna interpret that like the way I imagine it would commonly be interpreted, and I think that purposefully stunting society or just like toxically corrosive thought technologies that like erode mental machinery like isn't good for anyone. And like I would love to find ways for people to exercise compassion and um to find ways of constructively implementing progress everywhere. Like I don't have a lot of sympathy for people that go like I just want to be free to be a bigot. Like how about like be smart, right? How about like you want to go live in the woods by yourself because you hate people and you want to be segregated? Like no one's stopping you from doing that. But this whole like
Well,
oh,
I
want
think
to do
they
some
are now.
high
I mean, you can't even have that.
I want to do
anymore.
some like high sparrow segregation stuff. It's like, you stop seeming good faith at all. It's sort of like what's the problem you're
Well,
trying?
I mean, we do this implicitly all the time, and I think well,
Yeah.
it's the racial lines. You know, the way that people decided to, you know, well, on the surface, you know, segregation is illegal. It's totally fucking illegal now, right? But we have, I mean, but the way people get around that is just classism. Just, you know, just
What I,
Well,
what,
yeah,
I-
that's-
what I would just say about the self-determination aspect that Fuck was talking about, if somebody like Pushkin comes along and is able to elevate your culture, why the fuck would you say no to that? And there's always going to be people like that coming out of other parts of the world who can add. If somebody doesn't add, if somebody subtracts, then by all means, I don't want them to take part in the culture. But if somebody adds to the culture, then by all means, let them add to the fucking culture. Why not?
But what does that mean for someone to subtract from the culture? Even what does that mean for someone to subtract from the culture?
but we're also kind of.
I don't know how to do that calculus.
America is huge, by the way. So it's just like this huge. It's already a multi-ethnic, quilty kind of dysfunctional, but still functioning.
I'd say actually less using the word culture, more using the word civilization. Adding to civilization, subtracting from civilization. I think it's one of those I know it when I see it type of things, like that judge talked about pornography.
No, but here's the thing. I mean, I think the problem is like, obviously, I'm just like banting here. Of course, nobody is for like segregation unless, you know, private thoughts of people, right? But the thing is, see that
girl. Oh my God.
No, but the thing is like, the private thoughts of people, their private opinions that don't easily translate into action. Like I disagree with Jules in that. I think that you can't even have that. You have to totally mind kill yourself with any of these not even no thoughts, right?
Okay, how about
You got the Mormons have their own setup. You had Wild Wild Country.
No, but this is my okay. This is my point. Like
seasteading is potential on the horizon. So if people are thinking about like balkanization or like how would certain states secede, or I just want to have my all girls club or my all boys club, like a lot of these things there's legal precedent for. And like if you have like a good faith proposal, like no one is gonna bring pitchforks to you.
That's not true,
though.
That's not true.
It is true.
That's not true.
Actually.
No, it's not. People bring pitchforks to good faith arguments all the time.
I think a lot of people who should, I think a lot of people that believe wholeheartedly they're presenting a good faith argument should look deeply at themselves to why people like might misunderstand them.
Okay,
It's
but
not that they misunderstand them. It's people that are bad faith actors opposing people's good faith arguments because it goes into conflict with their power agenda.
I don't become like, if someone misunderstands me, I blame myself first. It's not like suddenly like the listener's problem that for whatever reason, like I was taken the wrong way or negatively, right?
Hey, by the way,
Jules, I think that people...
And I think that's an unfair burden for a lot of people who don't have the same powers of explanation or like.
Well, you're a good-looking white guy, Jules. You're just a good-looking white guy who just
It's-
like kind
it's
of brags
not-
about getting a lot of pussy, and then
I
now you're
don't.
just telling me, like, and then you're just gonna be like, dude, I don't.
But by the way,
the
Jules,
world
by
is
the way, I
so
love
easy.
You don't
you
need to
turn
be.
your-
You
Jules.
don't need any kind of. You don't need.
But by the way, I just
No,
want to add
but
though.
I think the point
Look at
being
some
is
really
that
one of the most famous charismatic people. Like if you look at the guy who wrote Social Engineering, which is all about like using charisma to like get into a party, like Wedding Crashers. Like these are not models. In fact, in my experience, people that are models, like it's almost like there's been a cultural distrust like spread. Where it's like all these high school movies of like the jock was the villain,
Zoolander.
pretty character was like the villain suddenly, and then you read all these articles about like, oh, like pretty people have it so much easier, like people just like listen
Yeah,
to
they
them.
do.
you know what? You know what's crazy, Jules? Let me tell you guys a story. Let me tell you guys a
Wait,
story.
Jules. Gio has a story.
benefits, but there
All
are
right.
costs that some people like are blissfully unaware of.
Let me tell you a story. Back in the day, by the way, Jules, I love when you turn your camera off and there's that one profile picture of you.
My
kind
Facebook,
of-
my Facebook profile.
Yeah, it's
Mega
almost,
Chad.
You almost look like back in the day, Jay Gordon from Orgy, the singer for Orgy. But anyways, so
Yes.
back in the day, there was this Canadian show. And any Canadian out there, shout out. There was this show, late night television called Puppets Who Kill, right? And it's about this guy named Dan who has like a group home, because we're talking about social workers, right? And basically there are these puppets who are murderous sociopaths, and like one of them's a sex pest and the other one's a psycho killer. And so one episode is they bring in this one deformed puppet, like who has a like a facial deformity, right? And so they have this like affirmative action scheme where he basically is like this super annoying like deformed puppet that's like a sociopath, and he has a job at a grocery store. But then all of like the hot girls that work there, they resent this, and so they have this protest where all the beautiful people protest this like affirmative action scheme of like letting ugly people because you know what I mean. So it reminded me of that, how when Jules was talking about like people have this inherent distrust of like models or beautiful people nowadays.
Not necessarily, but I do think, you know, there's also stuff where some people, have you ever heard the common wisdom of like, hey, you want the hot girl to like you, be mean to her, right?
That works, by the way.
By the way, that can
Negging,
create
yeah.
a lot of negative feedback loops, because what starts to happen is some pretty people, they get older. There's been a lot of people playing those games with them, and like they're not all optimistic and just like blasé, laissez-faire. Like some people become more and more cynical with each like negative experience, and
I
then their
think
heart
that's just an
calluses.
understanding of
They
what the
build
advice
higher
is.
walls, right? Because like to like open your heart, like for positive experiences, you also have to make yourself vulnerable to negative experiences. And I think that like I think that I don't think that I think I've been very I think you know, I grew up.
But Jules, how do I get him on the
Fortunate-
GF?
I grew up
That's
in a
why-
very fortunate environment.
Jules, where did you grow up? Did you grow up in an environment where, like, when you went to high school?
Come
when you
on,
went to-
Exile,
wait,
don't
wait,
play
wait,
this
Jules.
game.
No,
Come
no, no.
on, being
When you went to
unfair
high school,
now.
when you went to high school, was it like a predominantly white school by any chance?
Yeah, there was absolutely mixed, but
So you
there
wouldn't.
was
Okay,
definitely-
so you didn't have to have that experience being the only kid, like in Hero's case, being like the only white kid in a school, and then getting picked on and getting fucked with.
I was never really picked on, and if anybody ever tried to pick on me, it was always kind of like John Tucker.
Okay, well, it's been
Nice
like, okay, but you
situation
got to realize
where-
it's at another level with, like, you know, like broy ethnic dudes. You know?
Yeah, totally. Oh, it's all
Like,
these things are different everywhere.
By the way, I love.
That's definitely not true. That's definitely not true. I'm a big pushback on that. Broy dudes are the same everywhere, and I can say this as someone who's like as someone who's been in like a predominantly black school, like being a light skinned like dude whose dad's a dancer. I can tell you that is not much better or worse than being
Being
in like
a white kid, being the only
Oh
kid.
no!
Yeah, yeah.
Stop. Being a or than being the only black kid in the school. I can tell you it's exactly the same. there, and you can get past being bullied the exact same way by not being a little bitch. Honestly, generally speaking, if you like demonstrate that you can handle a hazing, people don't continue to haze you. It's usually like a test.
Well, so it's not just the hazing. Again, this is not a poor me thing. Like I got over it because the thing is that it went to such a deeper level. It wasn't just the students. A lot of times the teachers and the higher ups were involved in this. In my calculus class, my professor taught a lot of it in Vietnamese because we had a lot of Vietnamese exchange students. And when I asked for clarification, her response was quit complaining. And anytime I had an issue with any of this going on, I'd go and talk to the principals and the advisors, and they'd tell me to just deal with it because they didn't want to cause an issue.
Wait, you didn't? Wait, so you went to a school with a lot of Asians? It seems like.
Both.
Okay, I mean that's not. I mean it's not as bad as like.
By the way, I love Shaka Z's comment. I can't trust what Jules says because he could turn me gay for a day.
Shaka's a close friend of mine.
That's a good compliment, Jules.
Oh.
By the way, Jules, can you flex? Can you flex for the audience?
Oh my God! Right now?
Yeah, right now.
What am I working
Look at that.
Post
God dang,
wow,
dude.
Just
Good
add
muscle
some
tone, all that
definition.
shit,
I gotta build it up. Thank you.
Wait, Verse, I gotta know, buddy. I gotta know. Do you experience any sort of online pushback for your ethnicity? Like, do you have like?
No.
You not even like these Twitters.
Not even a little bit.
No, you got no.
That's crazy, man.
Bro, I didn't know you were black. I didn't know you had no idea you were black until now.
That's generally the case because it doesn't. Generally speaking, it only just like it's the same exact philosophy as the post tits or get the fuck out on 4chan. If you don't bring attention, if you don't use your identity as a means to like subvert things, no one gives a shit. So like the whole point of post tits or get the fuck out was like the only reason I'm asking you to post tits is that you just somehow dropped that you're a girl to make a claim about some kind of whatever. So either your point stands on its own or you're using your femininity and that's why you have to post tits or get the fuck out. Similarly, no one gives a fuck that I'm not white because I don't use it as a justification for anything and I can handle jokes. So everyone's like, all right.
Yeah, but cool. I thought you were maybe Wignet. I thought you were maybe like a Wignet tier white dude before I fucking saw you get
Dude, nothing I write is even close to Wignet.
Yeah, that's true.
So wouldn't this?
As a fellow black man myself.
Oh my God, yeah. Oh yeah, you're Southern, huh?
I just ordered some ethnic food right now. I just got some pizza and wings.
I'm totally joking. I'm not sure. I'm just let the Angloification of Italian North Americans has been a disaster for the Mediterranean race.
The eternal Anglo.
The only person
race stuff, man. The
only person I would get pushback from, I think, is Hakan, and I'm really trying to get Hakan on the pod. But I really don't think
Hakan. Who is Hakan a white dude, or is he the Asian?
Native American. Nah,
really?
I really don't think that Hakan would come on. I'm scared to message him now. He's the only one who I think could be a problem with.
I think Varys has the right take on that if you don't make an issue of it or you don't try to subvert things with it, that's basically the way to go about it and no one's going to bother you with it. I will say that I think it's dependent on what kind of environment you're in. If you're in a place like an institution, like a school that clearly has an agenda to play, they want to prove that they're not, what is the current definition of racism with, white people in power, basically that definition. If they have an agenda with that, that's obviously going to come into play. But in general, if you're dealing with not even necessarily good faith actors, but just average people, I think Varys hits that right on the head.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, by the way, Hero, I just want to just say that if I was in that calculus class with you, I would have as a Korean, I would have just been like, hey, can you stop speaking gook to everyone? Stop saying.
Oh God.
Stop speaking gook. I don't know how to fucking. I don't know Vietnamese either. Like, come on. Like, I want to know the rocketry. Give me the foil. Calculus.
That was the only class I ever got anything lower than.
Give me the foil concept. And don't fucking say that shit in English, please, Miss.
L'Hôpital. It's all in French, actually. Calculus is all in French.
Stop fucking.
It's all L'Hôpital.
All right. For full disclosure, I'm Asian, so if this stream gets fucking clipped on Antifa because I said gook a bunch of times, I'm just I'm fucking Asian. All right.
Are you full Korean?
I got suspended for calling someone a rice eater when I was.
That's awesome.
You said
I was 11,
I'm trying to.
I was 10 or 11.
It's chink.
First of all, he called me a faggot.
Stop!
Okay.
Stop!
He called my friend
say-
fat.
No,
You're gonna get
All
left
the
banned.
Asians- I don't care about I don't care about those words. But Zipperhead is like a fight starter, though.
I didn't say that. I might have.
No, yeah,
said
say
that.
that.
I actually might have said
Zipperhead
that
is like
as well. I might have
that's
said
a
whole
fight
bunch of
starter
stuff.
because I didn't know what a Zipperhead was, and I had to fucking
I think I probably
Google
said
that once, and I was like, how the fuck?
Is
What,
that-
why did Asian guys get called Zipperhead?
This
It
Full
was
Metal
like,
Jacket. Full
it was
Metal
because-
Jacket.
It's because like if you either like roll a gook's head on the with a Humvee and the
Dude, Judge.
tire the tire would make the head look like a zipper, or if you like blew a gook's head
Oh
off.
my God.
Oh
it's
God.
split
Okay.
open.
Okay.
Judge,
By the way,
That's a
Judge,
zipper, and I'm
please.
like, oh my
Please.
I love you,
God.
man, but you please.
by
give
the
it a
way,
rest.
we're having great comments here, so we got a comment from Fuck. Can't believe there isn't more viewers. This is the best stream on YouTube, and Shaka Z says for real. Guys, thank you so much for watching this, and please subscribe. There's 13 people here. There were 16 like a second ago. Subscribe right now. We got to get the viewers up, and we gotta get this thing moving because this is beautiful. I love the fact that everybody's here right now, and we get to talk, and you guys are the best. And I love you, and I really thank you for joining us on this thing. It's amazing.
Well,
Thank you, Lev. I really appreciate
and
it.
in
Sorry, I
that-
made it turn off.
so Exile went to school. Then after you went to school, when he came out, he smoked crack with
Alex Moore, yeah, I did. That's
I was
why
gonna
Campbell
wait
has me
for it.
blocked. So I don't do anything with Autistic Mercury or that fucking podcast. But someone mentioned on Campbot's a recent podcast with Campbot. He was like, "Yeah, that motherfucker that's been like fucking ankle biting all my fucking followers, telling me like he always talks about smoking crack with like Alex." I'm like, "Yeah, I did, dude. Fuck you, I did. I smoked crack with her like several years ago. Bitcoin was $600. I remember that party. It was like around Christmas time. Bitcoin was around $600, and Alex came. He rode with them, the artsy director, and
Okay.
Wait, quick question. What is crack like?
it's okay. So crack is just it's purified cocaine, like freebase, but like crack you also mix it with like baking soda or powder or whatever, and you smoke that, and it's just a really like intense heart attack inducing high that made me. I mean, I was really drunk when I took a hit of crack, and I was just like, wow, I really regretted it immediately. Like just kind of, oh wow, it's like, yeah, it is like cocaine, but just like another like level.
It's instant release. It's like
like I thought I was gonna get a heart
cocaine.
attack. Like I thought I started like getting paranoid. I was gonna get a heart attack because it was just like
it's the shotgun to the cocaine's sniper rifle.
And I never did it again, man. Just never. I didn't ever want to do it again. And I mean, no one. And people talk about like, man, you shouldn't say that about. You shouldn't tell everyone you smoked it with Alex. And I was like, fuck that bitch.
Joe Biden's son smoking crack.
I mean, look,
Oh yeah.
not to Fed post, but when you're younger years, you do things that other people might later decide are a bit sus.
Iron Man smoked crack.
We
Yeah,
have a
we
comment
haven't
from
done
Shakaz who says, okay, but have you ever done DMT? Well, we were
Oh, we did
talking
that.
about
Yes, I have
DMT
to.
early on today.
I've
started
never
the
smoked
conversation
crack.
with that.
I've never smoked crack.
I suggest don't. I say just do the standard coke and
This
keep
is
it
weird. This
casual.
is getting. It's getting.
Well,
pretty
I want to bring this to the final topic of discussion tonight, which is you had a really great podcast with Made a Nomad, where you were talking about how
Most underrated episode, by the way, because people don't never hit that one.
No, I love that. You were talking about mysticism, and I find that interesting. And also, okay, my brain is kind of split right now because it's been a long day. I don't remember if this is from the Made a Nomad episode or from the recent short that you did where you talked about the death of the individual and how...
That's the short.
That's the short. Okay, well, the Made a Nomad was amazing as well, but the short particularly struck me when you were talking about how you're seeing a death of the individual where now people are going more into these collective meme structures, but you refer to the blue check marks as still thinking of themselves as individuals. While I would argue that they're still following the same superstructure, within, they're all kind of like gradient still. It's not like perfect superstructure.
That's the whole
But
concept
they metaphysically believe in the old paradigm while trying to use it in the new paradigm, which makes them kind of like the old guard, and that's why they keep getting dunked on constantly, because it doesn't work any longer.
Interesting. So, but they don't see themselves as being part of any superstructure. They don't see like the repetitive memes that they put out as indicating that.
The cathedral.
Yeah, they don't see it.
The cathedral.
It's not just a cathedral. It's even bigger than that. It's like it doesn't have to just be U.S. centered. Like it is genuinely they don't see it. So it's kind of like how do I explain? Like if during the transition from like feudal society to capitalism, there's a thing that happened where like the aristocracy, not the aristocracy, like the new bourgeoisie, they bought up old castles in the countryside, and there was a while where like rich people from the city would go out and buy castles in the feudal whatever. Similarly, and like these people who got these like castles whatever from like inheritance, they found themselves losing power, and they started to see people have similar status symbols as they did, and they really weren't sure why. And then over time, we obviously know that the capitalists won. Similarly, there are people like Kantbot or like Logo or whatever who have followings that are akin to these blue checks, who just started writing shit online, right? They have the same kind of reach, they have the same kind of attention, but they don't have the previous paradigms, metaphysics. So like these blue checks are concerned like that. That's why Twitter keeps out, and Twitter and YouTube and all whatever keep making new features to stop people getting dunked on, because they can't.
Well, right now, Campbot's getting dunked on for his shit tier takes.
Yeah, so. But I'm using Campbot more abstractly. They're making features constantly, just like the old aristocracy is wondering why these capitalists are buying castles that they got by inheritance. Similarly, these blue checks are like, what the fuck's going on? Why is it that this random dude with a tarot card avatar can get 1 million impressions talking about feet and random shit? Like, what the fuck? Why? It's the same thing.
It's the concept of social capital being a true form of capital.
No, right? It's not just social capital. It's attention online, like getting attention and credibility.
Yeah, but the dopamine.
More specifically, it's like metaphysically they're stuck in the individual. They think the individual matters, and the individual's over. It's dead. Just like God died, just like God is dead from Nietzsche. Similarly, the individual's dead.
I think the problem is like the hyper individualism of modern society.
Is that like the biopolitic or the body politic in terms of?
Yeah, Foucault said this is the death of the subject, right?
Yeah, it's similar to Foucault. And
you also like getting fisted.
Exactly.
Fisted by Foucault, my good friend.
Well, but that's the question of what we grab onto next. Like, if the individual is dead, I don't think it is still as healthy to just have this mass without having other things introduced into it, which is why we're doing exactly what we're doing right now with the stream, where I want to bring in, like, writers from the New Yorker. I want to bring in people who are much more in, let's say, the blue checkmark world, and to see if there could be some healthy cross-pollination, because honestly, like, if things are within any... Yeah.
We know it works.
Yeah, we know it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but you can see it even in the stream though, like not just this particular stream, but like when we come on these, like the energy difference between like me, Korosai, Vedic Cybergod, whatever, even if you got like left-wing versions of the same thing, which, there's not that many, you would still see the disparity between that and like when you bring on, I don't know, I'm trying to think of the actual names of people. Like there's, if you can tell when someone is like on one paradigm versus the other, and it's kind of like it's a subtle thing, but you can see younger folks in general kind of just were born in this, so they tend to natively understand that the individual is not real. That's why they call everyone boomers, and it's clear as day to like someone who wasn't indoctrinated into the previous paradigm. That
it's the memed version of you're calling someone saying, kind of like dismantling someone saying your history. When you saw,
well, it's not just that. It's like you're too your subject is too unified with your there's a reason
part
why
of the past.
By the way, speaking of which, just to clarify or to highlight this point that Verse was saying, the tweet in question, that says when you expose a racist student, you stop them from attending a university that will allow them to become a racist healthcare worker, blah, 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 has 400K likes now, broke 400K likes.
Oh my god.
So there you go. That's exactly what Verse was talking about right there. I mean, a lot of it could be bots, but I mean, that's just indicative of
So
the depth
what's the
of,
quote? What's the
Wait,
quote?
I'm missing. What
Yeah,
happened?
can you repeat that?
yeah, the tweet that I talked about earlier by this guy I don't care what his stupid name is. When you expose a racist student, you stop them from attending a university that will allow them to become a racist healthcare worker, teacher, lawyer, etc. Has 400,000 likes now, and
It's intense.
it's like the full-on, like the Stan Twitter vortex has just descended upon this particular tweet. And
By the way,
yeah.
my prediction is Campbot's gonna go full leftist by like in
Well, you're
Well,
already
okay,
in,
listen.
basically.
Here's the
That's
thing.
not really-
Okay, Exiled. Here's the thing. I'm not a Campbot Janny, but can you explain to me, like, is it the riot takes? Like, why are people in particular? Because Campbot always trolled people, but why is he getting hit harder now? Like, what is?
I forgot people got pissed off at him between him and Bap. So I just like
Yeah,
I'm on Team Bap because we're mutuals and he blocked me. So and he's all over the crack smoking drama. So so
Oh,
I'm petty.
No,
like
I
that.
mean-
Is it totally petty? Yes. So that's why.
here I think when you reach a certain level, it's inevitable that your content is going to sort of have a voice that is on the verge of becoming a sort of a stock of what your previous output is.
Am I becoming a hyper
People
parody
expect
with the
it.
crack smoke joke? Yes. And I
Yeah,
love
well,
it.
that's
It's
a
gonna,
good- yeah.
I'm about this close to like freaking trademarking that shit as a slogan.
My
So, see if
sell
I can
T-shirts.
flash
I
back
smoke crack
Yeah,
without.
nah. Yeah, and then like it was her crack.
I'd
I
buy
was like,
one.
that's the punchline. It was her crack.
And on the back, it'll say, "And it was her."
But it was her crack. I smoke crack with Alex Lee Moyer. She already gave me an
I
idea
would
for
so
a fucking
buy
shirt.
that.
It's just like the most online shirt of like esoteric shirtism.
Oh god.
You know.
But
It's
no,
just-
but my point being is that I think it's inevitable that you're going to become known for certain things. Everyone expects a certain tone or timbre with a Campbot tweet or a BAP tweet or whatnot. I mean, BAP it's a bit easier because of his inflection that he chooses to use, right? I mean, everyone like it's so like I just like little things that I see that are hilarious to me for some reason. Like when BAP used to tweet at journalists, he'll like tweet like a handsome physique Aryan bodybuilder. He'd be like, at what's her name? Brunig? What's her name?
I
yeah,
don't know.
Brunig, yeah.
Yeah,
Something-
yeah,
Aaron? Aaron
yeah,
Brunig?
yeah. At Brunig, what you think of this? And it's like, I don't know why I find that hilarious, but
He's funny.
Lev,
Like-
what do you think about BAP? You read his book.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, for one thing, I completely don't agree with his statement about Jews not being able to create beauty. That is no, because again, even and I'm not gonna.
It's that racist.
I'm not
Like,
gonna.
that's awesome.
I'm not
I
gonna
gotta
name
read it.
them. I'm not gonna name them all right now. But there are so
Oh,
many
God.
Russian literature. There are so many Russian poets who are Jewish who contributed again to Russian civilization, just like Pushkin, who was half black, contributed to Russian civilization.
There's also some great.
Lev, you get pulled into this shit way too much, dude.
yeah, it's just,
I've been trying to help him. He's
There's
so
also
he's-
some great.
I love
Zach-
that.
Ev
I'm
is
not
so
the-
strong. You have no
Jewish Zach
idea.
artist,
no, but BAP
um,
is an admirer of certain Jewish artists, though. That's the thing. I mean,
And he'll
Not
call
to
them
reveal
spiritually Aryan, maybe. I think that's a good word. I know he read Yaki. I know he's read Yaki and what else? I know he's read some like neo-fascist literature for sure.
And
well,
there's
I mean, we
another.
all have. We
There's
all
another more metaphysical thing, and this is something that I wrote today to Jules when we were talking about the difference between the Vedas and the and Mithraism and all the faiths that came later. So my point is that we could either look at what's going on right now as cyclical, like I know Sunny looks at it as cyclical, or we can look at it as an ending of a cycle and then eternity, which is something like Gravitas' take, for example. Like a Christian idea where everything is being led to a certain conclusion, after which we're going to have like eternal damnation and hell.
I think we're going to just become more leftist than ever in terms of identity politics. I mean, but I think I think what's opening up though is that because we now have CRISPR and genetic engineering, you know, the question and all these like hormonal drugs we could take to change sex, you know, like there is that question of how much of you know, identity is can be engineered or socially constructed. So when identity used to be concrete in the past, and now we have technology where it could be very much manipulated, you know, that's why we have all these like open talk of, you know, gender is a spectrum, or race is just, you know, a social construct, or trans, whatever. Although the left, there's a level of blowback to all that too. But I mean, is race? Can we be post-racial? I think we can once once everyone's gonna fucking, you know, pay to get, you know, IQ, you know, they're pay to get their babies to have like 200 IQs. And
I reject that entirely.
First of all, I just want to say, I don't know why Lev doesn't get more angry or at least didn't show like confrontation to when everyone sort of laughed at the like that part of the Bronze Age mindset, and then he like referenced some like obscure Russian thing. Like first of all, like so much of American art is Jewish, like Hollywood, the like music and entertainment. There's like beautiful things, like countless, endless.
Leonard
like,
Bernstein.
Beautiful things.
Leonard Bernstein is a great
created by
Have you read the book though?
everybody, by all sorts of people.
I
Like,
think with online
talking over each
discourse,
other.
you know,
Everyone's
like
talking over each other.
yeah.
Well,
Have you read the book?
Verse, yes, I did read the book,
No,
and
I know you have. I'm
Okay.
saying Jules.
I have not read the
Oh,
book.
it
No,
is.
but I
I
think
mean, he
when
says
you-
incendiary comments often, but like it is for a bigger purpose. Like part of it is to be entertaining, part of it's to be outrageous, but also part of it's more for a bigger picture thing. Like if you really sat down and picked apart each paragraph, you could find infinite things to like get upset about. But the overall idea that the overall like point he's trying to make is very
You know, from what
When Lev
from
described it to me, it was like he had like that special cautious, like I'm worried tone. Like keep your eye on this. Like this is like, you know, like Lev has like very distinct tones and like messaging like modes.
And
when
I'll
he
explain
described-
why. This was the metaphysical take that I was going to get to, which is I see this from a metaphysical perspective as he, as far as Bronze Age pervert, he's going about this, correct me if I'm wrong, from a cyclical perspective, that we have to go back to these Bronze Age hunter-gatherer, like, you know, these tribal societies where something like war, combat, bloodshed, just like in the Bhagavad Gita, it's going to be present in everyday life, and we're not always going to be, at least what I agree with Sunny on, we're not always going to be in the same form. Eventually, my consciousness, I believe, is going to go into another form for me to experience something else that I am karmically supposed to experience. But while in this form, though, I think things are going to a head where the cycle may be concluded not in such a way that it's going to be continued with the same war, or at least I don't know if everybody who's in this stream right now, their next incarnation is going to be one of living in the Bronze Age, for example, or returning to that through consecutive lifetimes. I think that there may be cycles within cycles where there are other experiences we can have that would go beyond the Bronze Age mindset. And
by
that's
the way,
that's my point.
Here's what I suspect was the whole Bronze Age persona there was a marketing team behind it, because when you read the reviews on Amazon, it reminded me of that whole fucking wolf shirt campaign. Remember the wolf shirt campaign where like a bunch of like they wanted like a bunch of guys on, I think it was either Reddit or 4chan, they all just conspired to just buy this wolf shirt and like write like ridiculous reviews like praising the wolf shirt, like I walked into a brothel and I came back with more money kind of thing, like wearing the wolf shirt. Do you remember
what are
that?
you talking about?
Do you remember do you remember that wolf shirt internet campaign? It was like this. So basically, like when you read the Amazon reviews, these were all just like, you know, like all 5-star ratings, and it's like
This is some
like
next level conspiracy.
no, but if you read the Bronze Age pervert reviews, they're fucking ridiculous. Like reading this book has doubled my deadlift PR and taught me to surf.
The jokes would make sense if you read the book. Like it's not a marketing team. It's just jokes about the book from itself. Like it's just references to the book
It's
practically.
about like being
No,
a
but I
pirate,
think-
right? It's about
no,
like
but to
it's
answer-
about insulting everyone and like being a pirate or something.
No, not even close. It
No.
is
Marauder
actually
being
one of
like-
the best books of like the last like 5 years, and it cannot really be summarized in the memes. It is the reason why the memes took off is because the book itself has a deeper thing to say. The memes are funny. That's why people meme.
Okay, well,
and
look
it,
at
draws
look at
attention
the
to the book.
read the reviews for the wolf shirt. I'm gonna send this to everyone here. This was way back in like that old campaign.
I don't read reviews in general on anything. I just watch the shit myself and then decide.
Okay,
like I'm
okay,
not into
well-
reviews.
well, there's
I
a whole
don't, I don't
wolf
trust other people's
Okay.
opinions on shit.
Read
No,
the
but
reviews
my
on the
point-
wolf shirt. All right, that's all I'm saying.
What the fuck is this?
By the way,
This shirt is,
Christopher
like, mega cringe.
Christopher
I remember
writes,
this stuff.
what the fuck did he just say? I think that may be in reference to me. And I am kind of concerned that when I said it, people did not understand anything that I said at all. So please be honest. Did you understand what I said or no?
I don't know.
I never
Sorry,
read
what?
I never read
Yeah,
the
I
Bat
mean-
book, so I don't care.
Well, you're
Like,
I mean,
you're
you said something
criticizing
kind of
certain
high
limitations
sparrowy.
within that sort of way of thinking. I mean,
My only point here is that I think there are other experiences we can have that would go beyond, let's say, leading a Bronze Age lifestyle where, at least from what I understand, it would still have had to involve marauding the nerds, like we were talking with Serpent Mound about, marauding the villages that had a certain way of life that wasn't as adventurous. So for me, I think that there are other ways we will be embodied where we wouldn't have to do that kind of marauding, but would still be able to show bravery and honor and all that. So
Yeah, it sounds
it's,
like you're not supposed to take it super literal. It sounds like it's kind of a joke. It sounds like that's the point.
it alludes to a lot of different waves that have gone on. I think similar.
my
yeah.
hottest take is that the material conditions of modernity will like emasculate all of society. Like it naturally emasculates society. That it, when
We're seeing that happen.
Yeah, we're already seeing that happen, and but that's like kind of like that's actually one of the secret material conditions of like a feminist state is the firearm, because it's considered the greatest equalizer. So you don't have to be the biggest, toughest guy on the block to assert your will upon others. You can, because civilizations like of today are sort of secured by modern weaponry, so to speak. But that's like a difference.
no, but I think to answer Jules' point, I think like when you sort of are brought up in a certain online culture and you say stuff like, well, like, what about the Jews in Hollywood? They make great art. It's like, it sounds like a bait post almost, because everyone has that sort of like in the background Wignat sort of thing where it's like, it's all the Jews, it's the Jews, right?
At the very least, it's referential.
Yeah,
The people that
not to
take
say
it
that Lev is
seriously are
doing
the
that, but-
Wiggers, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
no,
it
first of all,
seems
wait a
like
second,
the
wait a second.
ironic
Just stop for a second.
anti-Semitism is.
I think a lot of
fascinating.
here's the wait before we continue. A lot of the
Seinfeld.
memes, even though I feel like I'm breaking the code, I feel like a lot
Breaking
of the
kayfabe, breaking
memes
kayfabe.
are used as a means to like figure out who's like a Fed for real. Like the actual book itself, I think it's hard to understand the actual like. It's hard for me to see that someone read the whole book and not get the bigger and like positive message, right?
Unless they're like a
Like,
boomer.
You're gonna get, if you get caught off by the memes, it mostly shows you don't get the inner.
Yeah, exactly. I think
Yeah.
it's the same thing with the J
Spot on.
thing. It's like it's sort of this kayfabe that's come about that's edgy, ironic humor that whether or not it has a validity to it is like it's the sliding scale of irony to sincerity. But it's, you know what I mean? So when
It's the one that's gonna elicit the most reactions because
what I mean, like-
you're gonna have people literally
Yeah.
shaking, at any kind of comment like that, and that's to be expected.
I don't know. I couldn't really finish the Bat book because it just sounded like felt like rambling. So I just like the
But-
podcast, but in a different way.
but I think
I
a
can't even listen
more
to the podcast.
I think a good point would be that we have to examine the ways in which we communicate with each other and the ways in which the quote-unquote normie views the world and views their place within the world. Because people that are gravitated towards these type of spheres have a very I think, trial by fire approach to their intellectual and their Welsh-Shillong development. Whereas most people, I hate to say, don't. And so when they read like Bronze Age Mindset just by random and they say, you know, he's talking about whatever, like the Jays or Sassy Shiboons or whatever, you know, it seems that a lot of people, if you take the beauty of certain cultural productions within these spheres is that it's a sort of a deployed irony that does take itself seriously because there are serious political ideas and serious spiritual ideas. But
Okay.
it's a deployment of irony that is, in a way, it's the beauty of like, is it really ironic or is it not ironic?
Okay, by the way, so that link
And this is how I would also defend Campbot's tweeting, by the way. But that's besides the point.
Okay, so the link I sent with the Mountain Wolf shirt, do you guys not read the reviews on it? I mean, they're like pretty.
No, I remember this from years ago.
But it's also a meme. It was a Reddit meme.
Yeah.
Again,
like
it's the same thing.
It was and that was the thing with the Bop reviews. I just realized was like this. It was just like, wait, are they using the whole template of the whole Wolf shirt?
It's the book itself writes about. He has a whole chapter on like memetic like on memes in general. Like it's part of the message overall.
Okay.
Like
I guess I gotta really read the book again, or like finish it.
Generally speaking, like there's a reason why Bap has a following because he's smart and he says like intelligent shit. He just also is funny, so you know. And I'll agree on the funny. I just think sometimes he just rambles, and then people just think it's like there's
when it's not. You know,
no, but even that is a part of it.
He says,
inflection.
I've not seen like ramble without a point yet. Ever, in any
Verse, did you listen to not the recent one, but the one before it, where he's talking about
all the episodes?
Yeah, the one he's talking about, Andrew Yang, is like, well, you know, the 4chan autists, the Asian autists, they run, you know, the Chinese Communist Party, and they run 4chan. He's like, that's what you want? You want Asian twink fascism? He's like, no, I'm liberal. It's like stuff like that is so niche and so nuanced that you have to have a particular sort of understanding of a lot of these like different.
You know, when you talk about
ideas.
niche and like getting it, you also got to understand you're also being marketed to. You're also just simply
but everyone's marketed to.
Well, yeah,
everyone. If I came out with an ebook, hopefully by next year, then I probably find a way to market.
Is it really dangerous? I mean, I have a niche. My niche is the fucking crack smoking with Alex Moyer. Like, was it her crack? And then it was. And that's my niche, but I mean, I don't know how much I could ride it through, though.
I think our niche, what Jules and I are doing, is to be able to fill in certain holes that may still be there, because look, people don't have all the time in the world. People are going to gravitate towards certain ideas, and there could be other ideas that just never get expressed. And this is why I do want to bring people together like I've been doing. And I know, Verse, your point about the other people being totally out of whatever it is the conversation is taking place for now, but you know, they have children too. And some of those children, I wouldn't want them to grow up to be SJWs. I would want them to get exposed to all of this conversation that's going on right now and to become responsible elites. I want to be the Aristotles to the next Alexander the Great, as it were.
I just have always wanted to like be able to make movies freely, and then I found how quickly certain things were just socially unacceptable that should be pretty mild. And so I think that by the nature of being in New York, and when we started, I was in LA and New York, and Levin was in New York, that there's like insider conversation in terms of like, I used to be an international high fashion model. I've worked on a lot of sets, like with like Oscar winners, Emmy winners, and like I've developed kind of an instinct for what I call gossip science, right? And so like when Lev and I are saying certain things that I know in my world, not even just like the entertainment side of it, but like having grown up in the, you know, like the West End environment, right? Like I kind of know like what are the different topics of conversation and what disqualifies you from just polite society and what doesn't. And I also understand sort of the dynamics of like there's always exceptions to the rules. Like these aren't like hard and fast rules. But Hollywood's a big joke and they're all uptight and they have constantly tried to character assassinate people for wrongthink. And it's disintegrating. Their whole system is disintegrating. It's all moving to the internet. Hollywood is dead. It's coming to New York or it's in Texas. So I think it's important when they use these Irving Thalberg movie stars as mimetic containers to like do Greta Thunberg type stuff. Like you need to elevate the dialogue through Plato's role models. So you have to look at who are the people with the microphones, what are they clamoring about, and how do we make this productive instead of just complain and whine about it, right?
Hey, by the way, I got a question.
Inside of Hollywood,
Exile Judge has a question.
I got a question.
I haven't spoken at all, Lev. It's like he's been talking all the time.
No. I have a question though for everyone here.
Ridiculous.
What's the modern, like, what's the most modern, like, when's the last, like, Hollywood movie you guys actually enjoyed? So in terms of, on Jules' point, what's the last one you actually went to the theater for and enjoyed? Last Hollywood movie? Because I stopped watching all the Marvel,
Richard Jewell was amazing. I loved Richard Jewell. I loved 1917, which was great.
Okay.
You don't like Richard Jewell's character, though. You don't like Richard
Jewell? No, I liked Richard Jewell, but Richard Jewell as a person really agitated me. How terrible he was at taking Colin Farrell's advice. When Colin Farrell was like, listen, like this is not, you're sitting on a chaos bomb right now, and these people want to make an example of you. So like, just like, let me take some of the weight on this one. And then Richard Jewell's like, well, I should just be able to say whatever the hell I want to whoever the hell I want. And, just fuck situational awareness and context, And it's like, oh my God, this guy.
Fuck says, okay, let's see. Hollywood is old media, of course, it's irrelevant, and new media will swallow it whole. I kind of agree there. Like, personally, I wouldn't look to the people who are currently there. I would look to the people who are coming up on social media who are actually curious enough to dig deeper than just bread and circus shit. And I'm sure that they're out there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the people who are in the stream right now, I think you guys are it. Verse, I think you are it. You are the leader of tomorrow, whether you like it or not. It's happening.
I appreciate
the
if
we're in New York, we're the New Yorkers here, so there's definitely.
I hate New York. I'm getting.
Don't leave us behind, damn it! Like we don't.
You're not trying to stay. Where do you want to go?
I don't know. Somewhere else. In theory, Texas, but it's hot as fuck out there, so I don't know.
Well, I was talking about Utah before.
I just got back.
Lev, did you grow up in New York by any chance?
Well, I was born in St. Petersburg, Russia, but I grew up in New York. I went to the first school I attended was a Russian Orthodox school. And by the way, I completely forgot to mention, I did ballet in 2003, and I even went to an audition to the American School of Ballet, and I sucked ass, and they didn't let me in, which was great because then I got into drawing and animation and all that stuff. So I'm very thankful for them not letting me in that school.
2003, how old were you then? So you were like 18?
No, God, no. I was born in 88, so 2003 I was yeah. I was, I'm 31 right now. So I don't know how old you guys are. I know, Hero, you are probably the youngest.
I feel like it right now, yeah. 23.
Wow. Nah, that's weird to grow up like. All right, so how did so when did you first get a smartphone, Hero?
Me?
Yeah.
See, here's the funny thing. My parents, much like me, are distrusting of technology and modern things, so we always push things later. I didn't get cable till really late. We didn't get a DVD player till really late. We didn't get the internet till really late. I didn't get an actual smartphone until I was in high school, which was probably like 2012.
I didn't get a smartphone until I was in college in 2013. So you got a smartphone before me in high
Actually, no, it would have been around the same time because that's
Okay.
when I started high school. So it was around the same time, just different age.
Okay. So in terms of that, like, kids don't like buy music anymore. Like I was at the cusp of that age where record stores were going to go out of business because everyone's going to start downloading. But like there was still like this culture of like buying records, and then you had to like okay, listen to it, and if it sucked, you sold them off, and you bought like good used records, or you got you kind of deep dove into more obscure artists and treasure hunting. But I don't know, kids are completely absent of that. I have no idea what kids are into now, besides whatever it just seems like it's either like white nationalism and anime. So
Well, that's just a very small circle. I mean, if we're talking about like the K-pop stans, what are the K-pop stans into other than K-pop? I mean, I don't know. They're into doing reply tweets with like that transgender woman from Orange Is the New Black. At least there are certain patterns that I see people repeating over and over again.
Please report anyone that just responds with K-pop gifs. They should not be doing that. Just report them immediately.
K-pop gifs, what? Okay, now this is really.
I do, and like I said before, I am very attracted to a lot of these K-pop gals. Like Twice. Twice is
great.
Yeah,
No
I love
idea.
Twice. They have this.
They all look the same to me.
I don't get it.
No, they got
I
subtle
stand
differences.
Luna. That's the meme I get out.
Oh God.
No, they have subtle differences in their faces. I like Twice's BDZ music video, which is in Japanese. So it's like, I mean, Twice is like half Japanese, half Koreans in that band.
Okay, by the way, let me explain something. So during the early '90s, like a lot of Korean dudes would get like really punk rock haircuts that look like they're from like Final Fantasy VII. I mean, they were all, it was kind of, it was kind of faggy then, but it was like if you were to
Say F slur.
F slur then. Just that, like, and I wasn't with that circle of Korean kids, but they started wearing that because in Japan actually had an '80s punk scene, right?
Oh yeah.
And then you had and then the band that really came out in the '80s, like '90s, was this band called X.
Yeah. That's right.
And they had
Speaking
the
my
whole,
language.
kabuki kind of almost kabuki theatric kind of aesthetic, and they actually were very popular throughout Asia. And I think the one weird crossover thing that happened with Korea was that they saw these like kind of Japanese style punk acts with the fashion and appropriated the fashion, but ditching the music. So then you had these you had these Korean guys with these like weird Final Fantasy VII style like Billy Idol haircuts into rap music, and like they would rather listen to rap music than any kind of rock stuff, But you had the fashion sort of like crossover for a while, which I always found kind of very bizarre.
I like Korean rap as well. Drunken Tiger JK, and
I
hated
all that stuff.
Really? Oh man, what about his wife, Yoon Min Rae?
I hate the Korean. I hate most Korean music that comes out.
MC Mong. What do you think of MC Mong?
No, I'm just really into J-punk. I'm just into like punk rock and heavy metal, like from Japan. If it's good.
Interesting.
But then I do appreciate. I'm not a total self-hating Korean. I love Korean film. I do appreciate Korean films. I think Koreans are pretty.
Korean
good.
film is quite kino, especially
very kino. I don't know why we picked up the film so much out of Western culture to really get at level, but the music is just fucking awful. So
did you like Parasite?
Oh yeah, I liked it. I've always been a fan of.
I watched that with my folks. It was pretty great, especially the ending. Like
Mother was great too. Mother was great too. I don't know if you guys seen that one.
Oh, I think I've seen that one.
Yeah. It was put on Netflix once in a while.
I watched this one horror film. It was one of the greatest. I forget its name. I always forget its name. One of the greatest, thriller, blood and guts. What do they call those? Slashers, where it's like the Korean police detective has to hunt this cult of cannibal pedophiles. And it was amazing. They captured his sister, and he had he put trackers on them to hunt them down. It was amazing.
Huh. Okay, well, I gotta look that up somewhere.
For some reason, the Korean cinemas, they really love the horror genre. They've produced some of the best horror in this generation. Korean.
True.
In our
Well, they
household.
probably lived a very horror-filled life early on, like the amount of
Oh, yeah.
the amount of poor conditions there.
I mean, is it really
Well,
that
comedians
reasoning,
tend
though?
to be
It's
the best at horror. That there's actually a
Yeah.
correlation to people with like really, really good sense of humor are also really, really, really good at horror.
That is
It's
true.
like Chris Rock
Horror
is
is
the new
humor
Saw.
without the punchline.
Yeah, I don't think you need to go through. I think people that have gone through a lot of trauma would actually probably be terrible at making horror movies, unless they've.
That's why new horror is so
you
terrible.
know what I mean?
Probably.
I don't know. I mean, Stanley Kubrick didn't have much of a. I don't
Maybe
think
not.
I don't think
but-
Stanley Kubrick had a very, traumatizing childhood. But
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
he
The
just
Shining.
he adapted Stephen King. Stephen King
Yeah,
wrote
but
it.
the Shining is like one of the greatest horror movies of all time. It's
Yeah,
still,
because
you put it in a mood. I don't like watching it like alone at night in the dark
Yeah.
room. Like
There was that scene in The Shining
Stephen
where
King
the
hates that movie.
who hates?
Stephen King hates.
Yeah,
That's
he-
true.
Stanley
Yeah, he
Kubrick's
does.
The Shining.
There was a scene in that movie which scared me so much I couldn't get up the stairs. I was like, I was still a child, and it was the scene.
The rabbit, the bear.
Yes. How did you guess?
it's weird just the way he did it. The execution.
Yeah,
it's
because
like a
the
60s
camera
bear
angle,
scene.
it was like
Yeah.
further away, and then it was like close up when they were staring at that
Did you say,
lady.
"How'd
know the way he
guess?"
achieved
Did
that
you say, How'd
eerie-
you guess? It's like, oh, I thought it was like a rehearsed conversation.
No, but you know the the way he achieved that effect was he used very like long range film and cameras. So when he's close, like that scene where Jack Nicholson's going crazy in the freezer,
Which
it's
one?
like it's meant for like a long plane film, but because it's so close to his face meshes and morphs, and it's very eerie. It's almost like seeing a face when you're on LSD or something
Wow.
like that.
I'm still kind of pissed he never got to make the Napoleon movie.
Well, it ended up being
yeah.
Barry
Yeah.
Lyndon.
I
It ended up
love
being
Barry Lyndon. Barry Lyndon's an amazing movie, one of my favorites.
He didn't make it because someone else came out with one, and that was it. Waterloo came out, and then
Yeah.
he was like, "Well, now I'm not gonna do mine." But he also was working on that film I learned about from Open Culture, which was about a guy who befriends like a 10-year-old to get access to the 10-year-old's parents.
Like Pierre from Tim and Eric.
Like,
Nobody understood that reference.
I've seen many episodes. I guess I missed that.
So Pierre is kind of like a reverse pedophile where he tries to get in with the kids in order to get to their dads. And he always asks for like the dad's email address and I want to meet that
That's
dad.
awesome.
What's
My
your
two
dad
best
like?
friends, they love Tim and Eric. They're like obsessed, but I'm just so disappointed in Tim Heidecker for what he did to Sam Hyde. But
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
whatever.
Sam Hyde's still a fan, from what I understand. Like he's still
Oh yeah.
likes.
He got in a feud with I think he got in a feud on Gavin McGinnis' show with Tim. Like they were just on the phone like talking shit to each other. Like,
Yeah,
just
that was a
really
pretty-
like
yeah.
genuine petty like Hollywood drama.
You know what's funny? Because all of those guys like Gavin McGinnis or like Soph, they're all behind that paywall. So it's like nobody cares about them anymore.
Well,
Because
I think that's largely not their fault, which is unfortunate.
yeah, I mean they've been kicked off of like every single platform.
Well, I mean, with Gavin, it's more that, he doesn't know how to function through a lot of the internet stuff. So he just picked the ones that picked him up, and that was just kind of what it happened to be.
Yeah. I tend to
Oh,
view
well,
Gavin as a tragic figure because he
Yeah.
helped create a lot of this stuff through Vice. Like it was his articles that helped create the whole image of the hipster, but now he's like condemned to be just totally destroyed by his what he helped create. And it's like
I-
this, yeah.
Yeah, I actually like Gavin as a person, but I think he's just unfortunately fallen into some weird places.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, no, I hate his. I know the guy personally. I fucking hate his guts. But
Really?
but I'm
Really?
not gonna get into that. But I do get into him like the Proud Boys ended up getting 86th out of. I don't know. You guys know the whole story about that, where like
Bits
the
and
Proud Boys
pieces.
got yeah. So the Proud Boys came into the Griffin, and this was after Trump won and all this. And
Oh,
all
this. Yeah,
fine.
that's
He
right.
got they came into the Griffin, and basically like just like a gang brawl broke out in the LA's Griffin. And it was all over cameras. People recorded it on camera. And soon as after that happened, pretty much everyone decided, like pretty much everyone in LA, like decided anyone who hosts, the Proud Boys, lets the Proud Boys at their bars. They're a white supremacist group, so quote unquote. And
Hardly.
they got 86th. So they basically got 86th out of every bar in California. And then the thing was, Gavin McGinnis himself initiated Jason Kessler into the group. So that
was that was a rough move right there.
And then he organized Unite the Right and tried to get a few Proud Boys out there.
Wait, did he? I don't think he directly did that.
He directly initiated Jason Kessler into the Proud Boys.
Well, no, but the Unite the Right thing, I don't.
No, he was.
Kessler pretty much was the main.
Oh, Kessler. Yeah. That's
right. Gavin invited Jason Kessler on to his show. And he said, and then as soon as Jason was like trying to like say, bring up his side of the story, Gavin pulls like a total Hollywood trick where he like disavows him on camera and saying, blah, blah, blah.
He did the Dr. Phil routine.
Yeah, he did the Dr. Phil routine, and then Jason just got like pissed. So and then that created like a total divide amongst like the Proud Boy guys, and it all fell apart. Then like the stuff in New York happened where Gavin had to throw all his the followers under the bus over like an Antifa fight breaking out. And then
but that's the thing. I mean, you don't really want to associate with people like do you remember, it's still on YouTube if you look up the weekly sweat clip where they bring Jason Kessler on and Beardson just totally destroys him and Sean.
Yeah.
Unironically, fully support the weekly sweat. I love those guys.
Yeah, we're talking about the hot goss. But I hope Sean returns to Twitter and.
By the way, he didn't get a new account, or did that get banned too?
I believe that got banned as well.
God dang it! Sorry, we're going way off topic.
I also wrote the manifesto that had the why the West is the best slogan, and then Gavin.
That was you.
No, yeah, Gavin. This was 2 years before the Proud Boys even started, but he told me up front my whole American Legion revival idea was absolutely retarded, and he told me to fuck off. And then what I really hated about it was a year later he starts the Proud Boys and uses that fucking slogan I used, but then it's kind of cool because it all worked out because it just kind of ruined his life. So,
keep in mind we have no way of verifying this information.
I have the emails. But anyway, hey guys, I think I gotta go. I gotta take a shit.
I think this would be a good way to end it right now. But let's just get final words for everybody, and let's end it with Verse because Verse is our man of the hour today. This was a sewing discourse with Verse.
I want to do another one. We need.
Yes.
I wanted to get into all sorts of stuff. I wanted to.
We're gonna do an acculturate with Verse.
House. I love the tea. The tavern, barbershop vibe.
Excellent.
I like it all.
All right, well, let's go with Exile Judge because you got to leave. Any final thoughts for the night?
Black Lives Matter.
Thank you.
Hero Alchemy, final thoughts.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Go for it.
Vers, I just want to get your take on something you said earlier. You were talking about the blue check marks versus the people on our end and how people like Compbot or even you can get 1 million impressions. And these guys with the blue check marks, the people in charge, they don't really understand it. I think they do understand it. I just think that they're scared of that. And that's why that Twitter comes up with these ideas.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know from earlier. Thanks for having me on.
I think they understand it,
fun.
But I don't think they're capable of switching to the the new they're stuck. They're grandfathered into the old paradigm.
Yeah, I feel that.
And Gio, any last thoughts?
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
That's okay. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. You can.
Yeah, I just
shout your stuff out.
Yeah, use the opportunity to grift.
Read my stuff. Look at my Twitter at Giant Geo. I don't. The thing is, I like to consider myself a pretty non-racist person, but I don't even consider it. It's just that these type of conflicts that come up with identity politics tends to put people a lot on the defensive, and there's a spirit of contrarianism that is in a lot of our spaces. So it's almost like level-headed thinking has just gone out of the window as of late. within, I would say, like the beginning of the year till now. And I think that if people were more sincere in an environment where it's almost impossible nowadays to be totally sincere, I think that's a bad thing. I think that sincerity and openness are goods, and that we need to maybe irony post a bit less. And that's my take, pretty much.
Or help guide people so that they can tell the difference, right? You don't want to like lose track of reality and people around you to just lose track of reality. Where like if like you can use irony and you can use sincerity, and if people can't tell the difference, like you have like, I think that's a real long-term problem. I don't think anybody wants that in their life, right? Do you want to be surrounded by people and you're like, are they being sincere? Are they being ironic? Like that doesn't sound very nice. That sounds like that individual, like death of the individual type stuff. Like that sounds like some like Kafka prerequisite for just like being alone together, right? And just like that USSR just like spread distrust among people so that they're just so incapable of having constructive dialogue and cooperating.
And one quick comment, by the way, on the death of the individual is, if I dig deep enough, I still don't really know what that would mean to me personally. I see things as I can only see them. Like these are the eyes that I am looking out of. These are all my five senses. So I am experiencing this world in a particular way. As far as whether the things that are manifesting within me come from a quote-unquote individual or come from various other archetypes, I don't know, but this is still the experience that I'm having. So that's why I'm doing this, because I like having these kind of experiences where people are brought together regardless of what it means to be an individual. But let's go to Verse for the final word. Verse, thank you so much for coming on.
Before you close out, I just Judge, Hero, Geo, thank you guys again for coming. I love having you guys. I think it's I love having these conversations. I want to talk more. Hero, you're an animator, right?
I'm what?
You're an animator?
No, I studied animation for 4 years. Now I'm a graphic designer because my college refused to let me in the animation program.
College is such. I think college is bullshit.
If you can draw, that's already great for animation. As far as like, I want to start a studio again. By the way, like I'm gonna keep making more animations as this thing grows. I'm gonna start making a lot of animation, and I want to hire people on board, and we're gonna direct some awesome shit.
Just really, I don't want to take time away from theirs, but really quickly, it's funny. My school rejected my application. They accepted it initially, and then they rejected it so that they can get more out-of-state students to come in and give that department more money.
Oh man, that sounds complicated.
Wow. All right, anyway. So for my final thoughts, two things. What made the whole, just on the individual thing, just a quick point. What made that the previous iteration of this, like the death of God, such a crazy, like a revolutionary idea, was that it was never even considered that you could question the existence of God prior to Nietzsche, prior to like that era, right? Similarly, the word individual is so, like the metaphysical concept and the entity of itself are so deeply interwoven that it's hard to even consider questioning like one's individuality as like an entity of like power. So like that, the fact that this like, I don't know, the reason why it's hard to parse the two is because of that same notion. Secondly, when it comes to like, irony and words that, and like, derogatory terms or what have you, I would say that much like in a war where, there's an objective and the enemy side likes to plant mines to keep you from getting to your ultimate goal. Similarly, irony and like these words, like incendiary words, are used as a means to like to keep one's intellectual enemies away, right? And by giving everyone the blueprint on how to avoid these like bad words and how to avoid the irony and to get to the actual good stuff, it defeats the whole purpose. You know what I mean? So I think that if you're going to, as someone who likes to venture into like esoteric and very like, fringe thought, the first thing you have to understand is that there are traps laid for people who shouldn't be there to begin with. So if you want to venture out of like the appropriate correct think, then you need to also get good at maneuvering minefields, if that makes sense.
It's an interesting point. It's like Logo talking about Vladimir Nabokov's books, where they have kind of like a wall for the worthy to be able to cross with the complexity in the beginning.
I very much support gatekeeping. I'm actually very pro gatekeeping, always have been.
Yes, based.
Very pro gatekeeping.
Gatekeeping is based. All right, well, with that, I shall bid everybody adieu. And for the people who are watching this right now, subscribe. You guys are probably all subscribed already, but either way, if you're not subscribed, subscribe and go to our Patreon, patreon.com/11joules. We are going to keep doing this and growing, and I am very grateful to have Jules by my side here creating these amazing conversations. And thank you guys so much for watching this. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Thanks.